Hi everyone, Swan here from WebWorks Labs. I'm the founder and CEO of a digital marketing agency that's been around for 10 years, helping brands from large organizations, publicly traded companies, to small mom and pops get discovered on search engines. I'm happy to have you here. We've been helping over 100 brands get a lot of exposure using search engine marketing. And SEO is part of search engine marketing. There's also the ads component, which is pay-per-click, which is another course we're working on. This is the first course in a 4-part series to help you really become a master in SEO. And what that means is in the first course, we get into really understanding SEO from a strategic perspective. In 2024, with the way the world is going from an AI perspective and how things are changing rapidly and moving so fast, it's not the technical or the execution that's going to become an issue. That will be taken care of automation through AI. What will become a bigger issue is the strategic play. And I look at SEO from a strategic play perspective for this course. You're going to get an idea of when SEO is right for you, how to conduct an SEO campaign, which business formats the SEO is right for, and which ones you definitely shouldn't deploy it in. Okay, we get to learn things like return on investment. We get to learn things such as the different types of business format it is ideal for, including e-commerce businesses, including high thought leadership businesses in B2B space, including local businesses who especially need local SEO to get discovery in their local area. There's other business formats that also work that we get into, including larger enterprises versus small mom and pop shops. Again, it's there for everyone, but we help you come up with a framework that lets you determine if SEO is even right for you. Once we get the strategy out of the way and we determine that SEO is the ideal fit in order for you to get better customers, more customers in your business and grow with it, we get into the technical SEO audit. And the technical SEO audit really starts with everything from site speed to age of the domain to robots.txt to schema, rich snippets, on-page optimization, content optimization, off-page optimization, and how to do all of that with free tools on the internet. So nothing in this course until the very end has tools that are paid. Now there are a lot of videos out there that offer paid tools that cost hundreds or thousands of dollars a month. I go through all the examples with free resources that you can use to deploy your SEO campaigns. And you don't have to pay $1 for it. You may have to exchange for some freemium models, but all the resources, all the tools are there for you to use for free in order for you to kickstart your SEO campaign without having to spend $1. Now, if you're in the business of really going after the market and you're looking to scale, you need to get discovered and get search visibility. We'll help you make sure that from an SEO audit perspective, you're good to go. Once this course is out of the way, the second, third, and fourth courses really get it more deeper and more advanced as we progress into the program. The second course, which we're still developing, will include advanced keyword research, which includes cluster and advanced keywords to really help you determine what kind of long tail will work for you. We'll even get into generative search experience that is new with the world of AI and search engines. We'll get into on-page optimization in the second course and how to really signal with the right type of content and the amount of content and compete in search engines with the right on-page experience. On the third course, we get into the off-page optimization, which includes link building, follow versus no follow, disavowing links, making sure your backlinks are healthy, there's a right quantity and a right quality, and the mix associated with that. How to build relationship and facilitate those links online so they become natural. Okay, we get into that in the off-page section, part 3 of the program. Now the fourth course is a little bit more advanced, a little bit more technical, and more analytical in nature, where we get into Google Analytics GA4, Microsoft Clarity, Looker, and Data Studio. And we really bring together the whole campaign from a holistic perspective and determine how it's doing from a return perspective. We look at referral traffic, we look at duration, we look at the different types of metrics to ensure SEO is generating for you. We help you come up with a scorecard and a system for you to track your campaign results so you can even convince the toughest skeptics that this campaign is generating. And that's what this program is about. I'm super excited to have you here. I hope you get the chance to enjoy and learn from this and become better at SEO. I'll be introducing new concepts. We'll be updating the resources section. There's a lot to offer. There's at least 7 to 8 sections. It's a 4+ hour course, and there's a ton of resources and links that I share and other perspectives that I share in the course that'll hopefully help you become a better holistic marketer for 2024. I'm super excited to have you, and we'll see you in the course. Bye for now.
Okay, welcome to the Strategic SEO course, part 1 of 4. Welcome future SEO strategists and tacticians and digital marketers. In the world of marketing, it is changing very fast. We can't keep up. I'm excited to have you here. You're about to embark on an exciting journey and a crucial one at that because it's going to look at things a little bit more from a strategic perspective in this part 1 of 4 or 1 of 4 series SEO program. This is a definitive course for mastering SEO in the world of 2024 as AI shapes digital landscapes. Thrilled to have you here join us. This course is meticulously designed to cut through the noise in the ever-evolving world of SEO. Whether you're starting out fresh or are a seasoned expert, my goal and our team's goal is to really enhance your understanding of how SEO, from its core principles to the strategic nuances, are shaping marketing strategy in today's AI-driven era. So in this first part of the course, we delve deeper into the fundamentals of SEO. It's just not about understanding what SEO is, but grasping how it truly works. In today's context, we'll unravel complexities of search engine algorithms, user behavior, the latest trends that are shaping the digital marketing world. For seasoned SEO experts among us that are really involved in this and have been doing SEO for a while, and I say for a while, and I say that, I really mean more than 1 to 2 years or longer, this course offers a unique perspective and some advanced strategies that you can deploy and enhance your toolset. Whether it's e-commerce, whether it's local operations, whether it's service business, B2B, B2C, or what have you. And that's where rapid growth and long-term sustainability of strong business is really strategic in nature. And that's what the course is about. That's why it's more strategic versus tactical. Hey, we can rank on the first page in 2 days, but then 5 days later, you'll disappear for the Google search rankings because you've been blacklisted. So let's dive in. Looking forward to helping you transform your SEO. The future is definitely bright, and with right strategies, it's yours to conquer. Let's get into it. So your instructors for this course, there are going to be 2 of us. So we're going to really get into a couple of things with the SEO. There's going to be me, this sort of a not so healthy or fit person to my right, which is Shadzibble or Batman, as we like to labs. A little bit about me. I am the founder and CEO of WebWorks Labs. It's a digital marketing agency that's been incorporated for about 8 years, but I've been in business in digital marketing before that in freelancing capacity, both doing SEO and other forms of digital marketing for about a little bit over 10 years. So it's a bit decade now. I'm also a college instructor. I teach at Georgian colleges, and I have helped over 100 plus brands rank on the first page, plus I help in other capacities, including search engine marketing, lead generation, social media management, video marketing, brand development strategy, what have you. So I know a lot about marketing, and I look at SEO more from a holistic perspective, not only from a tactic perspective. So you know how to get ahead and you know how to use the strengths and weaknesses in relation to other marketing tactics to come up with a holistic integrated marketing strategy. My counterpart and my partner in crime in this course is going to be Shazia Banjum. He is our head of operations and head of SEO at WebWorks Labs. The reason we call him Batman in the organization is because he never sleeps. He's always, whenever I message him or he's messaging me at all hours of the night, he truly is a digital marketing master. He loves everything about marketing. He loves everything about digital, the world, Internet of Things. He's an ever hungry and technical student who's always upgrading and upskilling himself. And because SEO is such a fast pace, you constantly have to be in the know. And the other reason we don't have his real picture here is because nobody really knows what he looks like, with the exception of me, of course. And he doesn't really show his face on camera. So we call him Batman, and that's why you get this beautiful Batman AI generated image from Dolly, which I can use for free. And we get a chance to show you who he is in a humorous light. And that's us in a nutshell. We're going to be helping you get comfortable and with SEO. There has been a lot of mistakes we've made, and we've acquired a lot of skills along those mistakes, and we want to pass those learnings on in the best format and how we know it in this course for you to run with. Why we structured this course specifically this way? Okay, so as I was initially building this course out with Shazid, Batman, as I highlighted earlier, initially we were going to say, hey, let's just do one course. And the more we peel back, the more we structure the outline, the more we talked about the minutia of every single thing, the more we found that, hey, you know what, there has to be different components that we dive deep enough into so we could really pass on the expertise and knowledge. And if I can throw a 12, 14-hour course your way, I guarantee you most people won't finish it. 90+% of people don't finish 12 plus hour courses. I know I struggle with them personally. I just don't think they're very friendly that way. At the same time, a lot of the pre-launch course surveys that we did in order to understand the ideal length and price format and the interest in the topics, this was the ideal length, which is the 3 to 4 hour mark. So in order to stay within those constraints, in order to ensure that's ideal fit from an understanding and retention perspective from when we teach you the course, we structured this 4 formats. These 4 modules or 4 courses, part of the larger SEO mastery course framework we have here, is first section is really planning and strategy. Okay, in order to really come up with the right execution roadmap for SEO, a lot of people get right into the keyword research, and a lot of people go right into backlinking or promoting the domain and trying to build relationships before they even get into understanding what the core competency is, where they are in from a fundamental SEO perspective currently, what they should or can rank for, whether they should be even doing SEO. So all of these fundamental things have to be aligned on before we actually go into the execution phase. And I've seen time and again, and I've been guilty of this in the initial part of my career, where I went into the keywords research before doing the audit, or when I went into the keyword research without or analytics and setting up Google before really understanding, hey, this business model actually is not a good idea given where they are in the journey for an SEO campaign. We can go ahead and execution, but given the journey, given the budget, given the marketing mix, and given how quick they're looking for a return, this is a bad investment for them at this stage. Maybe down the road, or if it becomes less cyclical or seasonal in nature, this may, and more long-term in nature, that makes sense. And all of those nuances in terms of what business model, where it will make sense, where it doesn't make sense. Because I've had a chance to experience a lot of different formats, I'm going to get into those nuances saying, hey, if you're at this business model, avoid SEO. But if you're this other business model, you definitely should be playing here because that means you're losing your bread and butter and market share to someone else, even though you may be providing a lot of value for your customers. So to be fair, to be competitive, you have to have some form of SEO. I want to get into what those forms of SEOs are in this part. In the second part of the course, which is part 2, we really get to take a deeper dive into the keyword research and competitive research. We do analyze the competition. We analyze how to do keyword research from free sources. We do it from paid sources, and we teach you how to spot opportunities, given what we've learned from the part 1 and building on it. Obviously, we don't want to go after keywords that we know we can never rank for, or they're just far too competitive because there's other people that have cemented that position on Google search results pages. And in order for you to rank, you really have to invest. And then if you have that kind of investment, then perhaps go for it. But there'll probably be a little bit better opportunities to get quicker wins down the road. And we help find those low-hanging fruit to help you ensure that you're set up from the get-go. And then we help you create and implement this, which is both implementing it both from an on-page perspective and off-page perspective and promoting the brand and building relationships. So what does it take to really implement? Where do you have to implement? What does the content structure need to look like? What does the ideal amount of keyword density that needs to be there? And algorithms have still evolved quite a bit. And I'm not suggesting black hat SEO, but there is an element of making sure that you have the right amount of keywords in your page and the headings and the subheadings and in the top body, or at least other forms of keywords around the subtopics. So it's a holistic content piece. The other aspect is obviously local SEO and how to master local SEO, which we also cover in the first part of the course, but we dive deeper here. And the third portion of part 3 is the link building. And in link building, we really get into how to do it effectively instead of buying links, which a lot of people do for short basis. I know I've been in this industry to know long enough that a lot of people do invest in links. And as much as Google does like to deny that links don't have a part in it, evidence says otherwise. And there is an element of building a relationship and doing it correctly. And we're going to come up with a way to show you what's really worked for us effectively so you can replicate it for your brands as well. And the final part, which is bringing it all together. It's okay, so we've done our research, we've come up with a strategy, we've implemented and executed the strategy, part two and three, and especially in three. And now what gives? Where do we go from here? How do we know it's working? What tools do we use? I want to get deep into things such as Looker Studio or Data Studio. I want to get into Microsoft Clarity. I want to get into Tag Manager and G4. So it really is a little bit more analytical in nature. That course is definitely more advanced versus some of the other earlier courses, especially parts one and two, which are a little bit less complex in nature. The courses do get more advanced in the program as we get deeper into the program. You're going to get into some logics. You're going to get into database. You're going to get into dashboard development. You're going to get into some HTML coding and implementing tags and cookies, but all in the name of really analyzing the results so you can ensure that ultimately you can get ahead with SEO. Because if you're doing all this effort, you're spending a lot of time, a lot of energy building content, video, multimedia, pages, research, paid tools, free tools. You want to know if it's working and you know what the payback is and how to track that payback without having any doubt. And this here helps you do that. And that's it in a nutshell from how and why the course is structured this way. Again, this is a quicker recap. I guess I went into the goals and the returns with SEO as part one. We could do an in-depth audit. We get into part two with keyword research and competitive research. We do on-page optimization, content marketing. Part four, we do some off-page optimization analytics foundations. So the part three and four are still undeveloped. I'm still moving things around, but that's in a nutshell, that's how it's going to be rolled out. So SEO and strategy, and a lot of people think how and why should SEO be considered strategic in nature? And what does that even mean? SEO is, in a nutshell, a tactic, right? It's a small piece of what a bigger marketing mix looks like. You have a ton of other activities with marketing. I want to get into what those are, but there is a place to use SEO correctly in your marketing mix. So there's an interplay between marketing and SEO. How SEO fits in the broader landscape of marketing. There's SEO and then there's PPC. What's the difference? What is the difference? Should you do both? Should you do one or the other? And what are the benefits and the long-term or immediate benefits for one tactic versus another? Because ultimately, for this course, you're looking to get visibility on search results pages. And in search results pages, you can get visibility through pay-per-click, or you can get visibility through organic listings. What's the difference? Why do it? Why bother? And then there's industry-specific requirements. Should you do SEO in one industry or another? Should oil and gas care about SEO, or should a seasonal vendor care about SEO? If so, what kind of SEO? I'm going to get into that. I want to talk about decision-making flow charts, simplifying the choice to invest in SEO. And then we talk about payback. If you're a marketing manager, if you're a small business owner and you're thinking, hey, I need to invest in a digital marketing agency, or you need to hire somebody who knows SEO and bring them on board, or you need to learn SEO and apply it yourself, evaluating the investment for small businesses or anybody in the marketing department is critical because you need to know how it drives revenue. Otherwise, why do this effort? There's a lot of work that needs to be done. So you need to be crystal clear of how the ROI and payback works. And we get into these 5 considerations and how you can understand them and articulate them to even the most biggest skeptics in SEO. So before I go further, I do want to emphasize SEO is definitely not for every brand or company. It's got to be part of an integrated marketing strategy. Okay. Marketing and SEO has a relationship. SEO is a sub component of marketing. And the goal of marketing is to enable sales. And if the goal of marketing is to enable sales, then we need to understand that ultimately, if something such as SEO, which does take time and takes investments and consideration before you start seeing any kind of payback, some businesses that are there only for a brief moment or don't have a need for an online presence or they're cyclical in nature and want to get into those may not need SEO, or they may be in a certain point in the journey in a brand as an organization where an immediate cash flow is a bigger priority for how marketing supports the brand. and the organization instead of how it will make customer acquisition cost or bringing in sales lower in the future a less of a priority. And that's us as marketers who have to decide that. Again, marketing and the relationship with SEO. Marketing has a ton of other key ways of how to drive revenue forward in the organization. Digital marketing is making a larger portion of annual marketing spends investments in each year. And rightfully, because ultimately digital marketing is much more cheaper compared to traditional marketing. Digital marketing is much more control and precise compared to traditional marketing and other formats. Also, it's cheaper, right? And if it's cheaper, that means you can do a lot with a lot less. The cost of using the internet is very cheap. Everybody has a smartphone on their pockets, and everybody has the ability to go on Facebook because the internet is so cheap, it costs much less. Versus traditional marketing, which is TV and radio ads and print ads or outdoor advertising. Yes, we have email marketing, SEO, SEM, social media content marketing. All of those are digital marketing tools and tactics that are available to a marketer. But TV and radio ads or print ads, they actually have a physical component to it. They're not only on your screens, they're not there for the brief moment. You actually print something out in the world and you display and push it out. Or it's in outdoor advertising where you're putting it on with paint, with physical paint or paper, or you're putting on flyers, or you're using TV and radio, which is a little bit more costly compared to what the cost of doing it in digital marketing is. And because of that, even though from an intention perspective, it really is the same thing, whether you get it online or you get it through traditional means, traditional marketing generally tends to be higher. Also, those business models are much more set in their ways. It costs a lot more, it requires more equipment, it requires more hardware, it requires more supplies. And because of that, traditional marketing still tends to be a lot bigger portion of the marketing budgets than digital marketing is. And then there's public relations. Public relations still continues to play a big role in most organizations in 2023 and 2024. And rightfully so, okay, because mass media has a huge influence on how you do in an organization. There's event management, there's crises, what happens if there's a wrong kind of virality that's happening, how to deal with that. And those protecting a stake in a larger organization or protecting perceptions in large organizations have a lot of implications to the stock value and implications to a long-term brand equity. And because of that, those things cost a lot more. When you get involved in stakes and crisis management, because of that, lawyers or public relations disaster management firms, and because the stakes are so high, and executives are willing to compensate a lot for it. There's the graphic design, obviously branding or product packaging, or there's market research and competitor analysis or consumer analysis, and there's product management, there's product development, there's sales and distributions, there's channel management and partnerships. A lot of these fields have been traditional in nature, and there's new that have emerged. When you're talking about consumer insights, there's a huge new field with data science that's occurred, especially with customer relationship management. It wasn't there 10 years ago because of how big data has influenced this emerging industry. There's product development, you have product launches, there's whole industries of product marketing, especially in SaaS-based organizations. Channel management is partnerships, and especially in the retail space and manufacturer space, or in traditional businesses that are sales to large retailers, they play a huge role in partnerships and managing where your product end up on the shelf space, how to look. So they also have a lot of pull compared to what a traditional digital marketing budget has. So digital marketing is roughly 25% of any given budget on a good day. That's what I'm trying to highlight. And SEO is roughly 20% of that budget, right? So you're looking at between 5 to 10% of the total marketing budget going towards SEO. And that's what I'm trying to highlight here. As a business, SEO is important. And as popular as the internet has made it, and as important as it is for our organization at WebWorks Lab, because we sell this as our primary way of delivering value for a lot of our clients, we still understand that it's not the all and all. Okay, and rightfully, because there are too many other levers a marketer or an executive has at their disposal that cost a lot more, that provide a lot more quicker returns. However, I do want to emphasize something before I transition to the next slide. Okay. Even though SEO here is on its own very small, you have to start looking at SEO as a more holistic approach in how you influence the rest of the decision making in the organization. Understanding SEO will have a huge impact on how you get discoverability in social media, on how you get event management, and if you want to rank your landing pages there, or if you want to design product packages that is unique, so you come up with a unique where the demand is or keyword research is in order to align with your branding. Consumer insights have a lot to do with competitor analysis and how your competitor is doing what they're doing from a market perspective. Has a lot of elements of what SEO is all about. There's channel management, there's partnerships, product launches. They all have components and tactics and sub skills of SEO being applied here. So SEO as a standalone requirement, especially in the world of AI, is going to decrease, but SEO has influence in other elements within marketing will increase. So understanding the fundamental tactics and the importance of how to use SEO to get ahead and apply it in other disciplines within marketing is also a very aspect of how digital marketing is evolving to take over other elements of traditional marketing as well. And that's how I want you to position it. Yes, SEO is a small portion of the budget, but SEO's influence in other aspects of marketing will increase. So what do we do here? We have a couple of options when it comes to SEO, right? Search engine marketing. We have PPC and SEO. Like I mentioned earlier, in PPC, we have the ability to get immediate sales. The initial impression of SEO is that it feels expensive, as returns are minimal compared to ads. However, it begins to pay back, especially with local SEO. Eventually, pages start to rank and SEO strategies in full swing. So what that really means is if you're looking for immediate sales and you're starting a business or whatnot, I highly recommend that you choose advertising, push marketing with Google search ads, lead generation with Facebook ads, and there are going to be other courses for that over SEO. We have helped too many startups, too many small companies, local companies that are in desperate need for help. They come and ask us, hey, can you do SEO? I've seen it on a video on social media or YouTube saying, hey, look how much money I made with SEO. And I'd be like, what's your goals? And they'd be like, I need sales tomorrow. I'm like, okay, we'll help you with SEO, but it'll be a smaller portion of the budget, but we'll help you augment it with PPC right away. So you get an infusion of cash, and then you can invest back in the business and SEO can take a bigger portion of your business and your investments for your brand growth and visibility and sales down the road as we right size. Because PPC is ultimately still renting space and it costs a lot more compared to SEO over time. Immediate sales, less than 4 weeks, medium to high acquisition costs, go after PPC. When the less sales or low sales, are you looking to you're okay with your current sales? You're not desperate for sales. You didn't lose a big client, or you have a very steady state growth business and you're not worried about the next pay cycle that's going to come through your accounts receivable. Then in that case, definitely invest in SEO or PPC sales tactics. And then once you've achieved that, then you go 6 months or 12 months and you've got sales, and then especially the local set, medium to high cost. Costs start to decrease over time with SEO because you start seeing the payback from SEO over time. The costs with PPC can be optimized and drop over time. But in general, the cost for SEO will pay back a lot more over the long run because you're not paying for very expensive clicks on Google where you get pay-per-click campaigns, or Facebook campaigns tend to become higher every year. An average cost per click when I started was $1 at Google. Now we're hovering around $4 to $5. And so it's only going to get higher. And if it's getting higher and you're going after very highly targeted keywords, if you're a lawyer, you're looking north of $100 per click, especially for corporate law, versus an organic click, which is free. And if you can get there for highly searched keywords, you're going to be taking in a lot of business without having to spend a lot of money and give that money away to Google to give you that traffic. So again, if your goal is to get sales right away, bite the bullet, go after PPC. But take a smaller portion of your budget, invest in creating the SEO strategy that we're going to go through in these courses, and start building and start implementing and putting those blocks together. As you bring in the cash, continue investing and reshuffling the budget away from PPC into SEO, and then size it until your SEO is generating effectively for you, and you can draw back and need and give yourself the PPC just for quick burst or short promos or to bring in immediate cash infusion into your business. So when is SEO right? When, again, you are looking for long-term strategy, a sustainable growth and investment of all types, content-rich industries, blog article guys. That's when you go for it. You're looking for budget consideration, then you can consider this as an option over the long run. If you're a local business, I highly recommend you start doing local SEO. Go get your GMB done. We're going to talk about how to get that set up in part 2, 3 of the course, and step by step, minute details. Please learn that and implement it yourself or get an expert to help you, because as soon as you have the right GMB and you submit it and you're getting exposure from it and you're building on it, your ability to get visibility and orders will just go through the roof. And that's really so. Here I want to talk about some of the industries where it makes most sense to do SEO. I have this slide where I've built a whole bunch of SEO campaigns over the last decade, really. And I want to talk about where it makes sense first. And then I want to go into what other channels to consider and where maybe it doesn't make sense to do SEO. Okay. These ones here, for the most part, they're really good. Okay. And you're creating a blogging website where you're going to be doing AdSense or form of sharing a revenue through Google's AdSense program. Absolutely. You need to do SEO. You need to know how to rank on the Google's versus those pages. You need to drive traffic there organically so you can display ads, so you can make money and you can get organic traffic. You don't want to be paying for that traffic and then at the same time get the revenue for it. So it doesn't make sense. You want to minimize your acquisition from organic traffic. E-commerce, absolutely. E-commerce, you need to do ads as well, but definitely is very important to know how to rank organically on e-commerce through e-commerce pages. Your product pages, your catalog pages, especially your pillar pages, will generally have high competition, but it's a must. Real estate, maybe, depending on the type of real estate business. If it's a real estate local realtor, probably not. You can get away with probably doing ads, but there because there's going to be market fluctuations or what have you. But there could be specific areas of niches you can carve out. Or if it's an informational site that you've built with a whole bunch of listings and properties and you're giving things away like Zolo or MLS, then in that case, yeah, it makes sense. It depends the type of space within real estate as well. Health and wellness, supplement stores, any kind of health space, even pharmaceuticals, I think, definitely you need to do SEO. SEO drives informed customers to credible sources. Doing SEO is again, bringing authority and leadership and experts in who are proven in other pages as credible sources of thought leadership, such as doctors or pharmacists, and you can validate that through diversity pages or other notable sites that have credibility in Google's eyes, and link them as in the bio. It allows your website to bring credibility and get the right kind of visibility through search engine rankings. Local services, local restaurants, plumbing services, local visibility, absolutely a must. Immediate vicinity to customers. If anybody's looking for a restaurant near me, or dry cleaner near me, or electronics store near me, you need to be able to get discovery there through the Google Maps. So you definitely need local SEO there. Education and training, yep, absolutely, because you're going to be pumping out a lot of content, and educational brand have a lot of information. Yes, as SEO will drive interested learners to the courses. You can also augment that with ad strategy, but you should have long form content to showcase your expertise in that area as well. Travel and tourism, yep, for the most part, you probably will have a lot of local people searching for vacations or what have you. If you're doing a local bed and breakfast or a local hotel, yep, local SEO play a role there, just the way I mentioned that earlier. But if you're doing a large search engine like Expedia or Travelgo, or make up your own where you connect, yeah, absolutely, it will have a huge play. You can still use pay-per-click to steal market share away and rightfully relative to your competitors or where the keyword volume is, but it depends on type of business here as well. You may not be able to compete with the larger brands like Marriott if you're a standalone hotel chain or a restaurant here, but you can definitely play in the local SEO place. So there's a strategy to be deployed depending on the type of business format you are, where you are in your journey as a brand in travel and tourism, and how much budget you have. If you want to be more strategic about it, you've got to maximize those dollars. But yeah, it makes sense even in the travel and tourism industry, despite the fact there's lots of large brands there and there's high competition. Legal, finance, and insurance services, absolutely. PPC in corporate law is absurd. I've done law marketing, law firm marketing, corporate law marketing for many years, and it is high cost, highly competitive. If you can come up with good ways to showcase your expertise, you definitely will have to play in local SEO. Probably will have to play in pay-per-click ads, but definitely you should have SEO that are providing good advice so you can get discovery and a good form that captures conversions. Technology and software, again, it just depends on how depth of the technology and the age of the website and how recent how old it is. If you're an established brand that been doing it for 20 plus years in the technology space, then it makes sense for the most part. But SEO does, and you must be willing to invest because there are a lot of competitions there. There's rapid check changes and you have to stay abreast. As soon as your content becomes stale, let's say you're talking about the laptop today and 3 months later, laptops have evolved and new technologies come in and your pages haven't been reflecting on that. So this is a bigger investment. It's kind of like the blogging and content creation space. You've got to go in deep, otherwise don't bother. Okay, when SEO is not a right strategy. SEO is not a right strategy when you're looking for immediate sales. And I like I started earlier, immediate sales, you really got to look at social media. It provides instant visibility. You run a great campaign for quick visibility. And you can get in front of people's screens and stop them on the scroll with a strong hook, and you'll have brand awareness. And you won't get that for a while, maybe on the 60th page or 30th page of Google, while you're getting organic visibility through social media that's gone viral, or PPC because you paid Google or Facebook for it. Highly competitive niches, strong presence and local results. Highly competitive niches, if you don't have a strong presence in local search results, I don't recommend doing SEO because if you're in highly competitive spaces, you're probably going to get hurt. Try to compete in areas where it makes no sense that you're going to have to augment. An example of this was we have a RC Hobbies client, which sells remote control cars, and they've been with us for 5 years. We were ranking first page for this position for the first 2 years. And then for some reason, bigger brands such as Best Buy, Amazon, Walmart, Canadian Tire, and started selling in that category as well. Even though their catalog and their category pages weren't as big, because those websites and brands were so well established, even though the page wasn't as strong in terms of the offerings or have you, Google just organically, automatically gave them better coverage. Even though we had better experience, we had more content, we had more links even, but because it was a bigger domain and it was a bigger brand, it was a highly competitive space, and smaller players took away the business, lost a lot of share. So we had to augment some of the portion away from SEO, took some of those efforts away in order to not get a hit on our monthly revenue target that we had with this investment in marketing spend with our agency. And the other thing is budget consideration. If you're in it for the short term or if you're cash strapped, invest in other channels. They'll provide a quicker return. SEO is there to lower your customer acquisition costs 6 months to a year down the road. So people come to you more organically then. In order to make that happen, you have to have a small portion of budget, 5 to 10%, I said, of your marketing budget set aside, not worry about it, and then look to it every quarter and have the experts deal with it, or you become the experts and not worry about losing it until you have the time. You still have to do all this work, or somebody in your team has to do all this work, but it makes no sense. I apologize here. Channels is unfortunately spelled incorrect. There you go. Well, you get my point now. And let's go back to sharing screen. There you go. Okay. So some of these other, just like the other slide where I went over where SEO it does make sense. I'm gonna get into areas where it's really tough to compete in this area, okay? Urgent services, emergency locksmith, I would argue that this may or may not work. But it will take time I know it will take time to make results. I will definitely augment emergency locksmiths with Google Ads on Maps and on Google search results. But it still works. It just will take time. Highly regulated industries such as oil and gas, pharmaceuticals, financial services, it's tough. Unless you're not a big brand, doing SEO may not be easy for you. We've done SEO for publicly traded companies in the pharma space for better part of 5 years. And it's tough because there's so much issue with compliance. By the time we write the content and it goes through medical review and approval and ensure all the compliance is met, it gets gutted and we have to go back and make sure that it's there. And there are other players who are not in the highly regulated space can rank for it if they're a small website. But if you are in the highly regulated space, it's tougher to rank because you're just working so much against compliance adherence. Extremely niche markets, specialized machinery. There's no volume there. If you people have argued with me, yeah, you know what? I'll be okay with doing it. We have done SEO for very specialized engineering companies, membrane distillation and water distillation and reverse osmosis, where the search volume is like 10 a month in a specific market that they're looking to serve. It's or 20 a month. And even if they're ranked for it, they're not going to get a lot of visibility. All this effort for maybe one click a month that may convert every 6 months, and that may or may not give the payback. So it depends. Scalability and reach is really hampered in these specialized markets. People just don't search as much. If they are searching, then and they're not finding them through Google. They're finding them through other means, either on LinkedIn or their own specialized outside of search mechanism because it's just not that much volume. Fast fashion, H&M, think other places. It's hard. Here, brand differentiation and branding and brand play and brand awareness is probably a bigger and better payoff than it is for you to do SEO. There's only so much you can talk about fabrics and what have you. And you could try, and we've tried as well for cosmetics and fashion, retail, accessories, luxury retailer actually. And it's tough ranking this space. And bigger brands, just the way I mentioned with RC Hobbies, take up a big portion of your budget. So if I was marketing here, I would definitely try to adhere to and get as much funds to build the brand as quickly as possible. Sales. Wholesale distributors, absolutely. Wholesale distributors, outside of local SEO, you really don't need to invest. You're not looking for immediate sales with this kind of business. You're going to be talking a lot more outbound, outreach, sales enablement, partner discussions, events, more traditional marketing, even industrial equipment suppliers, like I mentioned. SEO may not be the ideal. You have some visibility, but it may not even be 2 to 3% of your budget. Confidential services outside of local SEO, it's going to be tough. Limited scope because you can't do social proof. You can try, and you can try, but the search volume is not there, and certain types of legal services, just people aren't searching for it. And that's really it. So, again, recapping here. Media sales, yes or no? If you are looking for media sales, consider PPC and social media ads. If you're not, and then you consider are you in a highly competitive industry or a niche industry? No. If you're not, then you can continue. If you are in a highly competitive industry, then you consider other channels like trade shows, investors, traditional formats, more heavily investment on sales outbound efforts instead of marketing efforts. But is it a long-term growth priority? If it is, then SEO is a good choice. And even in SEO being a good choice, you still need to figure out your budget considerations with local business and content-rich industries. And so there's a lot to consider when you're doing SEO. I wanted to get this out of the way, okay? And the reason I wanted to start with this course with this is because I want you to understand that SEO isn't for everyone, but SEO is still powerful. Small businesses in the world of the internet, when SEO came about and Google took over in the 21st century, when Google became a thing and it became so central to use it in order to get ahead, SEO industry emerged, and a lot of people started talking about the benefits of SEO, and a lot of people did make a lot of money with SEO. In fact, our businesses and our clients' business still make a lot of money with SEO. But I want to emphasize that you still need to have funds for your business. You still need to pay employees and yourself first. And you should have your own mechanisms to drive revenue while not having to worry about depending on SEO for immediate results. Because after getting your local SEO out of the way and managing your GMB by yourself or hiring an agency, you need to go out and go sell for this tactical approach to marketing, which is SEO becomes more viable for you over time. And that's what I want to get into. Okay. It's not easy. It's not for everyone. And if you're looking for immediate cash, then I want you to consider our other courses, which we're developing, including viral marketing, creating content and hooks and building a community, or a PPC and getting leads right away, or closing your e-commerce transactions as soon as possible with marketing, advertising, and remarketing. Okay. Those are much more effective to give you immediate returns depending on your business format than perhaps SEO is. Now, like I said, there are a lot of industries that benefit from SEO. If you are a business that is a little bit more established, that have apparel, that have employees that are looking to lower their costs, that become more stronger established, SEO is a must. Where SEO fits within marketing, digital marketing is about 30% of the marketing budget. So SEO is roughly 30% of that. So we're looking about 10% at the top end. I said about 5 to 10 initially when I was doing the initial math for the flowchart, and it still holds true. So 10% of your marketing budget, which is 10% of which is roughly meaning 1 to 2% of your overall budget. Okay. So cold hard facts, 10% of marketing budget. So I want you to spend time with me here, and I'm looking at the camera now because I think this is such an important slide that we're going to spend our time really understanding where your business model has to fit the SEO strategy. Okay. And the reason I've taken this liberty of really getting deeper is because I want you to take the slide, I want you to copy and paste it and run these KPIs through your own business models. Whatever you don't have, you've got to go get source right through your other business partners. If you're a business owner, you've got to go figure out how to do it. But you need these details to really understand your business from a marketing perspective. Then you can analyze when SEO is an ideal scenario and when SEO is not an ideal scenario. Okay. So we've got a couple of scenarios where one is the ideal scenario where SEO makes sense, which is scenario 2. And the other is the SEO scenario where the business model is not ideal for it. Okay. So for example, both businesses start off with an annualized revenue of about $10,000. Okay. Our first business's average order value or average ticket is about $10. The others is about $500. The customer lifetime value is over 3 years is one customer will buy a pair of shoes every 2 or 3 years, what have you. And so they'll buy 2 of them, or they'll buy a belt from the store every 2 years. They won't be buying it very frequently. Versus this other customer will buy regularly for a period of 2 years because it's a retainer business. And the annualized revenue from SEO investment is roughly $6,000 if you're to get consistent orders, and the annualized investment is $6,000 also for if you invest in SEO regularly. So at a minimum, you have to spend it's your own time and you become the SEO expert after taking these courses and you become a master, or you can do it in 5 hours a month or what have you, and then you give yourself an SEO cost of $500 plus your probably paid subscriptions. So it's going to be a little bit more than that, okay? But minimum $500. Let's assume it's on the really low end, or you get somewhere from Fiverr and you trust that they'll be the expert, and because now you've taken this course, you can offset some of those activities and tasks and lower your costs, whatever the case is. You have to spend minimum $500 a month. So on an annualized expense basis, you're looking at $6,000 in SEO spend. Okay. Oh, gotta go back. Expected conversion from SEO. Some can argue that this is more. Some can argue that this is less. It really depends on the business model. Some businesses will do it for much more, get higher conversions. Others will not. But from a conservative projection basis, I'm going to assume that's 1%. You're welcome to change it to 2%, 5%, 10%, whatever you're comfortable with in your industry, given your understanding of this space. for the purposes of this demonstration, we've left both those scenarios at roughly 1%. Estimated customers from, you get about 600 customers that come from SEO for this $10 offer, and you get 120 customers for this $500 offer, okay? Estimated revenue from annual perspective, you're looking at $6,000, $60,000, okay? Here, percentage of sales for SEO investment is 37%. You spend $6,000, now you were making $10,000 before, plus you get $6,000 new because of this SEO, you're making $16,000. You putting 37% of your funds towards a marketing activity that is generating, so much in revenue. Is this worth it? I don't know. Maybe it's not ideal to do SEO at above the 5 to 10% that we talked about. Worst is you have, you spend $6,000 and you generate $60,000 in new revenue through SEO, and you had initial $10,000, and it roughly works out to 8%. Yes, it makes sense. Return on SEO spend is probably negative here, and here is positive. The incremental sales, you're making $6,000. Like I said, you were making $10,000 before, you're making 16. You're making $54,000. So in all, you're making $60,000. And all in all, what this really shows is SEO is there for you if you have a certain type of business format. Here in this scenario, you can invest a lot more in SEO and maybe you double it, and it still would generate more for you. Maybe you see, instead of getting 120, you get 150. So this would work out to about 10% of sales, roughly speaking. But there are certain industries, because of how the business model works, because it is much more costly, because let's say you're a lawyer or you're a restaurant or you are going to be doing content marketing, or you're providing courses or advanced services, complex services that has a high demand and search volume, yes, it makes sense to do SEO. But if you're a business that doesn't depend on a lot of search traffic and your average ticket is low and you haven't hit that high income threshold that I talked about, then maybe investing in SEO is not the ideal situation at this stage. And that's what I'm trying to allude to, if that makes any sense. Okay, so invest in SEO when it makes sense. I want you to take this chart and make it your own, reflect it, think about it, and then come up with your own business strategy to ensure that you're on the right track. Investing too early in SEO, then I recommend other channels like PPC and SEO, and we have courses for that. We recommend you do that. If your business has made enough revenue, you want to invest in SEO to lower your future acquisition costs, absolutely. Or if your business format is high ticket and you're going to see your returns because it is not niche, or it does have search volume and search engines, so you're going to get a reach and clicks and conversions and capability to make money back from it, then definitely invest in SEO, even though you may not have the revenue. And that's my sense in this part of the requirements here from a business model perspective. Okay. Yeah. So let's pause here. So I want to talk about a quick recap here. Okay. We spent about 30, 40 minutes really talking about the intricacies of this course, right? And we really discussed strategy here. I've not gone through and really discussed anything related to doing all the tactical stuff. And we're going to switch gears where you can see the next slide really is talking about in-depth SEO audit. And we're going to get into technical stuff. We're going to get into audit. We're going to get into robot TXT, XML sitemaps, and all the tech stuff. But I really wanted to start the course in emphasizing the strategic elements of when SEO is right, what decision to make when you're considering it as part of the marketing mix and the media and the investment strategy. Because if you go ahead too soon and too early into SEO, it can lead to harm, financial harm. And this is where you have to avoid. So I want to take some time and I want to actually do a quick recap. So essentially, we discussed the relationship so far in about 30 minutes into this course about understanding the relationships between how SEO compares with the other marketing channels that kind of exist within the marketing world, okay? And that's key because that helps understand where and when it makes sense. We actually really did explore in detail and discussed where it makes sense to do SEO versus PPC. We analyzed the results and the payback and what's involved here. in being able to look at it a little bit more carefully, okay? And what that means was if you're looking for immediate cash infusion and you're desperate for cash, because SEO does take time, you're looking to create pages, you have to do research, you have to determine what kind of content to write and create that content, which we're going to get into. We're going to develop, design, publish, communicate with Google, build relationships with other websites. There's a whole host of work in the campaign that's SEO oriented, which we're going to get into the deeper parts of this course. Work PPC, which you can get up and running within 2 weeks effectively and reasonably optimized and start generating returns right away. If there's an immediate need, consider the short-term option of going after PPC while augmenting with it, putting some portion of your budget for long-term customer acquisition costs being lower in the future. Also, another factor that plays into making a decision when it comes to SEO is the type of industry. Industries also play a huge role in being able to determine if SEO is the right strategy for you. Okay, when I get into the SEO audit next of various different industries, I want to do this live and I do a demonstration with you. But if you are an industry that it doesn't make sense. For example, if you are highly regulated industry, which is usually very tough, or you're going after an industry which is highly niche or specialized, where people really aren't searching on Google search results for your specific solutions for your business. And there are industries we've helped in the marketing space that don't have any keyword search volume. So we recommend really going after other forms of marketing to help generate business. So you need to understand where it makes sense and which doesn't. And you go back to the lecture slides that we discussed in that part of the course to determine if there's a fit. Technical industries definitely don't, but local industries, e-commerce industries, blog or content-rich industries, generally B2B industries that could produce and invest in decent amounts of expertise and thought leaders should invest in SEO. We simplified this process by looking at different flowcharts, and we did some scenario analysis as well in the financial considerations for a small business or a marketer in an organization, right? So you walk through an analysis in a scenario, which was a couple of slides down, which really got into where it makes sense when SEO does become a reasonable portion of the marketing budget or it becomes a red flag. And you as a marketer need to know that. If you don't know that and you're not doing this and you're going in blind and because you saw a video on YouTube or somebody convinced you who's selling SEO services that this is the way to go and you haven't put it through this model, then you're at risk of really slowing down the progression and scalability of your brand. There are more effective marketing strategies and tactics that you can deploy depending on your business model, and it's not for everyone. If the right mix exists, then invest the right portion in your marketing of your marketing budget and marketing activities in SEO activities. Okay, and that's it. This was our strategic perspective. Having been a strategic leader for large organizations, worked in big oil, big banks, big retail for a better part of 12 years before I transitioned into the digital marketing world. Strategy plays a very crucial role in being able to articulate and bring stakeholders who ultimately care about payback and timing. Once you have these financial models, these implications and strategic decisions out of the way, now we can finally switch gears and get into the in-depth SEO audit that we're looking to get into, okay? With that said, let's get into it and let's get our hands a little bit dirty. And we're going to start our SEO audit now, what that looks like right from the get-go in the next module. See you there. Okay, so we're about to get into the site speed part of the audit, okay? So this is where things are going to get a little bit more technical, a little bit more developer oriented or IT oriented. And for a lot of folks that are more marketers who are neutral to or averse from coding and what have you, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to prepare you for this so you can ask the right questions by recording what's necessary. You still have to get over these technical hurdles in SEO in order to ensure you get visibility. There's just no way around it. It's the way I look at it is if you are going to be a marketer and you have to get your work done, what your goal is to get impressions, say enable sales, improve the brand, what have you, you're not going to be doing every single thing. Your job will be to get some things done and understand how it impacts your metrics that you're responsible for. For example, you may be inclined to come up with a design because you have that mindset, or you may be more inclined towards the analytics side of marketing. Fair enough, all good. Anyone and everyone has a preference. My point is, you have to be able to address some of the things that you're not good at, but still focus on the outcome you're responsible for as a market, right? So that's what we have to look at it as. This is technical stuff, which I'm about to get into. I'm going to dissect it and break it down in easy to understand, consumable terms, okay? So I want to emphasize this before I go further, okay? All right, so let's go to the next screen. Okay, so this is essentially it. Right now, we're about to go through all of these elements, and this is technical. This is not so technical. You can get away with not doing this as necessary. Mobile responsible, it's kind of part of site speed. So I think it's a bit of a double take here. It's a little technical. This is halfway technical. This is more design oriented, but you still need to understand some concepts of web design and development. This is not technical, it's more strategic and tactical. And we're going to get into this as well. On page, definitely more closer to the experience of the marketer, the content piece, the research, the analysis, the language of the writing and the media and the metadata, what have you. It's less technical. Off page can get technical, but the way I'm going to teach this is definitely going to be more non-technical. Okay, so page speed and user experience are key elements. And as part of the SEO audit that I've explained, we have to get into, it's crucial that we understand that search engines, especially Google, even now in 2024, it dominates the market in search experience, right? And search results users. So it wants the internet to be a better place. So it wants to ensure that it gives the world, the community, the web developers, the SEOs, the marketers who are responsible to provide Google and the users the ability to come back and depend on Google and at the same time get what they're looking to get out of it, which is the marketer or the business person looking for their websites and clicks, and Google looking for search results dependency, and consumers looking for the answers. So it's a win. Okay, under 3 seconds is the rule of thumb. If you have things that are outside 3 seconds in load time, and we're going to get into LCP, which is a critical metric in core web vitals, which again we're going to get into, I'm going to introduce it slowly, is essentially if it's going longer than 3 seconds, it's a bad thing. Your probability of a person leaving from your website is going to increase substantially. So don't do that, okay? Make sure this is addressed first. Your largest contentful paint has to be addressable in under 3 seconds. If it isn't, Google's Web Vitals will flag it, and we'll figure out what Web Vitals means and how to check for it in our audit so you can document and give it to the developer or go do it yourself or get a plugin and get that optimized, okay? Anything over 1 to 5 seconds, you're gonna have most people bounce. And you have 1 to 6 seconds, and over 10 seconds, really, most people won't hang around. I know I don't hang around. If it's 10 seconds, especially on my mobile phone when I'm reading something and it looks like it's stuck, I'll make the assessment in 3 seconds, 4 seconds. It looks like this is not loading. I'm just going to bounce. I don't have time for this. Don't be that person, okay, when it comes to SEO. You're going to work very hard to get that trust and visibility so you can get conversions and get sales, what have you. And what you don't want is the ability to have that all undermined or nullified because your page doesn't look well. And that's why, if I go back, this is the first element I audit, okay? And this is even more important than this stuff, which I got into earlier, right? We talked about this. Like, even here, page speed looks like it's very minimal, which is this light green here. And we talk about this, I don't think so. If you have bad page speed, probably good luck getting consistent links over time. Now, Google would just pass it because people would start deviating it away from your post page because they simply won't get there. All right, so here we were, okay? So how do we check for site speed, right? The number one tool I recommend, and this is perspective and personal, and this is my opinion, I use this. A lot of people have hate for this tool, which is okay. Other people use other tools, but I've used this one and I've used other tools. I tend to lean closer to this one, but there are other tools I'll also share near the end of this section and this module for you to go try out for yourself, okay? So what we're gonna do next is, we're gonna do this together, okay? So let's do this together. I'm gonna exit out of my screen here. And I have my slides there, and I'm going to go into page dev, and here, and this is what it looks like. Okay, you see you type this in page speed.dev web.dev, and I'm going to enter a URL that I'm familiar with, which is one of our clients. So we design and develop and do SEO. I've been doing SEO for this client of ours. It's a publicly traded pharmaceutical brand for a very long time. Okay, 5 years, close to that, right? So it's come through a lot of iterations and what have you, and we help it rank. It's some custom functionality. We've built some code, custom apps within it that we have embedded in the website. It is a WordPress website, but ultimately we've designed and developed it, and we've done SEO for it. And obviously, PageSpeed is a very crucial website. Pretty proud of this work. It's one of our flagship brands we've been able to hang on to for a very long time and help them get a lot of visibility over the years. With SEO, as you can tell, it's a very stunning design. Our UX UI specialist did it. Anyways, I can talk about this all day. I've been digressing. What I'm going to do is I'm going to show you, if we load this here, what does this look like? Analyze. Let's see what happens. Okay, so this is a good result from my perspective, right? The largest content full paint. It's a mouthful. It's a weird word. First thing you want to look for is, did it pass? Yes. This is the mobile rating. It's even better in desktop. Okay, but it passed in the mobile version, and because that's where most of the traffic comes from. FID, or first input delay, is also something that's a good score, which is 16 milliseconds. I want to talk about what the right amount is. And CLS is cumulative layout shift, and what this means and why this is an important metric. I'm going to go through these three metrics in more painstaking detail so you understand it and you understand the importance of it, okay? LCP, and I'm going to get into this in a little bit more detail, is essentially, actually, you know what? Let me go back to the presentation. Okay, so we're going to go back and see if this is here. Yep, so we just went in and did this test together, and we're going to go here and see what this looks like. So here's the metrics. Let me go back into presentation mode so we can see this more nice and cleanly. Present view. Okay. So LCP, there are good scores and there are bad scores. This is in Google's developer pages, and also in that page in WebSpeed, you see there, if you go there, it'll tell you what the descriptions are. So the page's main content has likely loaded within a reasonable time. And this is the 2.5 second threshold. So this is what I say. Hey, and what is the main section here? This is usually the biggest header or image, okay? That will probably take the longest to load. If it loads under 2.5 seconds, and you've got somebody who's clicked on a link or a button and gotten to your landing page or website or homepage, and the biggest piece of media loaded, you'll probably get there the last, loaded in 2.5 seconds, you're in good shape. And Google's tracking this and it's determining this, and as part of Search Console, it'll tell you this is working or not. If it's over 4 seconds, I'll flag it as 4. If it needs improvement, you may already start seeing your rankings drop, okay? Because it's saying, hey, you're not a good page experience provider. I've had websites that were in good, and then CSS became bloated, or some of the plugins weren't updated, or some of the things started clashing within the dev side for the websites we were managing. And then we updated, and as soon as we did that, it went from position 5 back to 1 again. Very crucial, okay? This is very crucial about it. FID, on the other hand, is the responsiveness that it tries to quantify and how the users feel when they're interacting with unresponsiveness, okay? What that really means is, if you press a button, does it feel like it's instantly loaded? Is it loading in such a way where it's under 100 milliseconds? So it quantifies and captures that data, which is very fast. It's got to be lightning fast, right? Like you click something, it moves. And if it doesn't move and you click on it, like, is this website live? Hello, is anybody there? And we don't want that, right? So it's essentially, you've got to make sure that your FID is optimized as well. And then there's a CLS, cumulative layout shift, okay? This is a little bit more complex. There are different elements to it that come up with the score that it's done. So this is not time, okay? These are times. LCP is time, FID is time. CLS is not, it's a score. And it's a score made up of a couple of variables, but it really helps web developers and SEOs and marketers and brand managers and business owners who are responsible for providing good user experience on the website, quantify how users deals with unexpected layout shifts. So it's stuff like when you go to a website and there are you're just reading something and then ad pops up in the middle and then you see a car running down the tarmac and hey, I was reading something, my paragraph moved. And or you have a pop-up that happened, or you move something and you can't find your thing again, or you're gonna click on a link, but it shifted itself and that link became something else, and now you click somewhere else and it's gone, you're gone somewhere else. And it's capturing all of that experience in this score point. And good here is 0.1 versus 0.25. So these are some of the things that are there as part of the core web vitals or the user experience, depending on how you look at it. But it's technical stuff, as you can tell. It's not, as a marketer, you probably won't do this unless you get into development. But you need to know this in order to have these conversations to say, I'm looking for this to be top notch in the good area to ensure that the stuff that I'm building for my SEO campaign gets visibility. It doesn't collect dust. It doesn't end up in the annals of the 50th or 100th page, right? We want to make sure that we get all of these out of the way. So whatever we produce at least gets visibility. At least it has a chance of fighting. Okay, so let's do some go back. I'm gonna again pause out of here and let's go back to the real world analysis with tools, web vitals. Okay, so this is a Chrome extension and I'll kind of tell you exactly what that looks like. So that this is a link. Oh, let me actually go out of there before we do the recap. And so let's go here. So here, I've downloaded this link, but if you go here and where was this Chrome extension web vitals. Right. So you can see I've already been here before and I've already added. So you can add it. And as soon as you do that, it'll tell you you can scrape the data. And this is what the screen looks like. So you go here and you click on this and it'll tell you what's working. From a core web vital metric perspective, all the stuff that we went to the page speed, it has this built in from your core. So you would ask your developer, hey, listen, I can do this. This is for free. And this is one of the free tools that I encourage you to document and understand that, hey, I'm looking for this. Is this in the right place? As you can see, it loads lightning fast and it's interactive. It's super, it feels quick. And if I refresh it, it goes, it does it, there's animation, but it's super fast and lightning fast. And there's optimization that we put into this website from a technical perspective to ensure we have this requirement. Okay, let's go back to the presentation now. You have the importance of web vitals, also known as site speeds. Core web vitals are crucial for user experience and directly impact SEO. Right, and I've mentioned that. They measure the speed and stability of the website, okay? Measures loading performance, which is the LCP, okay? Which is really by the time you click on something, let's say you click on a link on a Google search result page, or you click on an email and you go, and by the time the main banner is done loading, and if it's longer than 2.5 seconds, you're in trouble, right? That's what this is looking to do. You can do this by making sure there's no excessive JavaScript or extra uploaded CSS that's sitting around in the beginning of the page and the header sections or other places, or even cookies that you place that you're trying to track data with that are slowing this down. Okay, so at the same time, or the image itself or the banner is really huge. So there's lots of things that we're going to get into when we're optimizing in the on-page section of this second part of the course that we have to look into. But you're looking for this right now. You optimize by reducing sizes, CDNs, and minimizing render block and JavaScript. And we're going to get into all of these things a little bit later. First, input delay, assess interactivity and responsibility. So, looking for 100 milliseconds. Improve this by reducing JavaScript execution time, lazy loading. I want to talk about what lazy loading is. So all of these are technical terms. I'm not going to teach this in any of these courses to the extent that you become proficient. I'll explain you how to implement it using plugins and how a good, decent plugin will allow for that. Things such as Squarespace, which is what you get websites, or Wix will have all of these things already embedded in their market and their coding. But in WordPress, a lot of these things can be dealt with optimization plugins that you deploy, and you'll see that it'll kind of reflect all of these things. With the exception, obviously, of CDNs, which I think it comes from different plugins together. Okay, completely layout shifts. This is evaluating stability of the page, right? What this is doing is, hey, is it getting in the way? Is it doing things that it shouldn't be doing? Is if I click on something and I end up clicking, if I intend to click on something and I end up clicking on something else, if I'm reading a paragraph in an article or a blog and out of nowhere something happens and the paragraph moves, what happened? There's a layout shift happened. Image didn't render properly, a load or got cut off. all of a sudden. What happened there? And this is looking at the appropriateness of the CSS and the dynamic content that's there that interrupts the user experience. So these are core web vitals that you need to document. Critical stuff. You don't take this lightly. I'm going to now switch gears to show you other tools you can use, which do exactly the same thing. This is a very popular website. So this is a free tool that's gone viral and a lot of people use it. I used it for a long time before when Google was building and it didn't have the core web vitals page dev page, or this Chrome extension. I used to rely on this a lot more. This one is good. I like it, and I think it's still reliable, but I've gotten used to using Google's tools because of such a simpler, and I really like the Chrome extension. So you could try out other tools. There's pingdom.com. There's web page test. Why slow? Browser expensive. My recommendation is Google Page Speed Insights and GTmetrix. And that's it. That's it for this section. When it comes to doing site audit, when it relates to site speed, as how to capture it, what to look for, what metrics to study and document. And I'm going to catch you in the next section, which we get into is the age of the domain. And I'll see you there. Bye for now. Okay, welcome back, folks. So we're now in this module going to be covering the other SEO factor, which is age of domains. Yes, if you are a brand new website, you will have more difficulty over other websites that have been doing business in the same space for a while and that rank on search results pages. Important to get started as early as possible, knowing your domain and get ahead. And I'm going to emphasize this again in a couple of slides from now. It really is this. Age matters in SEO. How long you've been on the internet, how long you've been able to get visitors that Google has been able to collect data on and provide user experience and crawl your website and determine if you have a website, you have a business, and therefore you're a reliable place to send their traffic to, then it will count that as a win. Definitely don't take the shortcut here. I'm going to encourage you to really focus on age of the domain as a way of document. You'll know right away if the website's new here, like this is new. But if you are a marketer or you join a new company and you're looking to open up a new brand, or you are a brand manager who's going to look at the age of your brand versus your competitors, and let's do the SEO versus your brand and your competitors, you have to factor in that age does matter. And many times age even, and this is going to hurt a lot of people in the UX and design side, beauty is great, but age usually wins because age has had wisdoms and scars and iterations and traffic and has been able to prove to Google that that site deserves a position in search result pages. You could have the most beautiful website, but if it has that information and it hasn't been published and the domain doesn't have clicks, links, traffic, behavioral data that Google's been tracking, it's going to have more difficult time convincing Google than the site that does. Okay, so let's get into this section now. All right, so we're going over step by step. We're going to technical audit now. We're done the site speed in the previous module. Now we're going to cover the age of the website. And then we're going to get into, I think mobile responsiveness has been covered, so I might just go over this high level, but then it's going to be rollback TXT, sitemap, structured data, user experience review, which is the beauty of the website, which I was alluding to, which also is covered here in the site speed core web vitals part that we already covered. Local SEO definitely on page optimization and off page optimization. Okay, so let's move forward. Let's see what happens next. So starting with the SEO, why the age really matters. Okay. The trust signal is that it's important to think of it like a domain name or a website that has been having traffic has had a chance to age and perfect its traffic and behavior and experience and signaling and building that relationship with Google. It's like fine wine or aged cheese, however you want to look at it. It gets better with age. And that's kind of what I tell myself when I reach my birthday every year. But let's move forward. Backlink profile. Older websites are usually that have been doing SEO, that have been building a brand, will have more backlinks because there's content that's gone out. And having content that has been getting backlinked on, it gives you authority to your website and your domain, and that's why that's important. Okay, lesser noise, visitor familiarity, and other elements are other ways that are benefits of having a domain that's aged over time and been ranking on Google search. The domain has seen all the algorithm updates come and gone, and if it's still ranking and it's still getting crawled by Google, then it's doing well. Visitor familiarity, when the amount of visitors that consistently flock to a brand, Google's been tracking that, and it knows, hey, there are certain people from certain markets that go to this brand on this website. So therefore, it does have trust. You haven't had a chance to showcase that trust yet. So my rule of thumb is, if you're starting with an SEO and you're looking to start your SEO efforts, and it's a brand new business, I want you to worry about getting your domain first in order for you to get started early enough. So you don't even have to have the full website. As long as you buy the business domain and let it sit there, that will actually impact and say, coming soon, this is what the business is about, and doesn't have to have a lot of detail. That's better than buying that domain and then expecting results tomorrow. Now, this has changed, but in general, there are sandbox, so you get sometimes new websites. I know we got stuck in sandbox for Google for a website that we started, and it took us a while to get out of it, even though we kept updating the content. Now, there are ways to do this now with AI that has made it much more quicker, because the ability to produce and pump out content in minutes instead of hours, and it's so cheap now, you may be able to get away with this activity a little bit sooner than it was in the past, but it doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt that you have all of it. And so get started early. Okay. So how do you go about doing this? How do you check? What free tools can you use? These are the couple of tools that we use all the time. Again, this is going back to my discussion earlier that, hey, expect some of these free tools that do small, SEOtools.com, domain name checker. You're going to be able to go in and do it, but I guarantee you're going to get like weird ads on it, or some ads in general, maybe some pop-ups and stuff. And it'll just won't be a great experience. You got to give to these small business website owners. They're doing this for a living. They're providing this free tool. Here's a company that I ran a test on. This is our marketing agency, webworkslabs.com. And when I ran this a while ago, it was created in 2016, so it's almost 8 years old now, right? Not bad. And that's allowed us to cement our position. We do rank on the first page for many of our keywords that we're looking to target. It fluctuates between 1 and 3 because we're competing. We're an SEO company. So it's going to fluctuate, but there's a couple of keywords that we definitely rank on the top 1 or 2 positions that we look to get business from. But that's neither here nor there. My point is, definitely check out any of these tools. I can recommend it. Actually, you know what? Let's just do an action step right now. All right, there it is. Okay, so I'm going to type this in. This is my company, Works Live, and you'll see that, hey, from registrar's GoDaddy, and it was registered on 2016. And it's going to expire in 2024. This, how old is this website? So when you're doing your domain check and you see a website that you look at business you're looking to rank for, one of the factors you're going to look for is how age is the domain that you're competing against. If it's age and they're doing SEO and they're actively doing and looking to rank for it, you're going to have an issue with it, because you're going to have to compete with someone who's already cemented their rankings. Your ability to rank will be highly competitive. Okay, so that's it from this perspective. Let me go back to this. You can take a look at these yourself. Now go ahead and apply this for your specific project at this stage, and let me know how it goes, and document it and reflect it, okay? And we'll go from there. Thanks. We'll catch you in the next one. Okay, everyone, welcome back. So now we're going to be covering over in this module the robots.txt file and how to audit that in your SEO audit. So obviously the robots.txt file, if you're a marketer, if you're traditional marketing transitioning into SEO, I get it. Okay, it's okay. What are you asking me? What does that even mean? So I totally understand your pain points. I'm gonna put my screen on so you guys can see this is what I look like in my real world. And you're like, hey, why are you teaching me robots.txt file? That sounds like an IT word. And I promise you, it's a lot easier and a lot less scarier than it looks, okay? And I think it's worth talking about, because there's some things you could do that are good to do, and there are some things you should avoid, and it can hamper your SEO efforts. So as a marketer, your job is to get visibility on search and get people on your website, on your brand, or in order for you to get conversions or some revenue and sales. So if that's the case, let's get into where we are in the audit. So I just want to quickly remind everyone here that we are here, which is essentially, we've done site speed with the average age of the website, and we've done the mobile responsiveness. When I get into XML sitemap, I go to structured data, user experience, local SEO, on page SEO, off page SEO. So there's still a lot of ground to cover, and that's a good thing. Now I'm gonna turn my camera off so I can focus more and on some of the content, and you don't really need my face for that. So let's get into that next. Okay, if I had to use a funny analogy, and I'm a big Marvel fan. I enjoy Marvel movies. I enjoy my share of the Infinity Wars with the Avengers. That was a lot of fun. And Spider-Man is usually good and cheesy entertainment, but a little bit overdone, but I still enjoy it. What I'm trying to say is if you to look at the Marvel movies, Heimdall is a gatekeeper in Thor that lets people get into Asgard and takes people and says, hey, you are allowed to go inside or you're not allowed to go inside. And that's essentially what the robots.txt file is for search results and search bots, specifically Bing search bots, Yahoo search bots. He lets Google and other search engines know if they belong, and it tells them that, hey, if they don't belong here, then don't take a peek and get out of here, skedaddle. And that was a cool analogy, so I want to share that with you. So again, what's the purpose of a TXT file? It's there, and it's very simple actually. When you actually look at it, the way it looks, and we're going to do a demonstration of it like we do with all the other elements of the SEO audit. It's a simple text file that you can access on the browser, and most websites have it, that gives the website the ability to determine and communicate with searchers what to scan and crawl and what to avoid. And there are some pages and needs that a business or a brand or website should avoid, but it can be overdone. And you, as somebody who's doing SEO for a campaign, for a brand or a website, or your client or your own company, you need to know if, hey, is it overdone or is it done correctly? And that's the idea here. You don't want to block stuff that shouldn't be blocked. So you're getting maximum visibility. Okay. It controls how search engines access the content, index the content. And it allows the site owners, which is you or someone you work with an IT, to exclude unwanted pages from the search results. And there are other instances of what those are. I want to get into from best practices when you should be telling search bots, don't go check this page out. Importance influences where search engines index your site. So it's got importance, it's got a purpose, and here's a quick brief overview. Hopefully I've been able to explain to you what is robot.txt file, but when I look at it, you're going to get a lot more better understanding of it. Let me do the quick demonstration. So I want to get the theory out of it before we get into the practical, okay? Key elements of what to look for in a TXT file. User agent, that's a term. That's basically search engines. And each search engine has their own agent name. For example, if you see here, you have Bing bots, that is the Bing search engine crawler, right? And they have specific rules on what to do. Every other engine, user agent, is, hey, they've got this instruction saying that you can follow these set of instructions. Don't search this URL in the website, and don't search this URL. And Bingbot, don't search this URL. Plus, you have this 10-second crawl delay. And why do we have this crawl delay? I'm going to get into that. So we quickly learn the way it's written out in code, and we're deciphering it and helping you understand. These instructions we're giving to the crawlers of search engines to go and scan the website, crawl it, and so it knows if somebody asks a question related to it, and it's so it can start ranking and giving it visibility. Okay, very crucial in that technical perspective. So you don't want search engines to rank. You can only do one disallow per line. Okay. So, there are things when it comes to disallow, you don't want search engines to do. So when you're doing an e-commerce website, and an example would be Amazon, IKEA, whole host of overstock.com, wherever you get your stuff. There are going to be some category pages and pages where there's duplicate content, or it's a search page, and you don't want the search history or anything like that kind of being picked up by Google. Okay, there's going to be redundant content, and it's going to be annoying if it keeps showing up again and again on search results pages. It's going to overload the search results pages, and it won't really provide anybody any value when they click on the link and get there. So maybe there's some pages you don't want included. And then allowing is basically, hey, you can go ahead and scan this. Crawl delay is a command that's given, or a directive that's given, to prevent overloading servers with too many requests. What this really means is if you want to make sure that you don't have a lot of search engines going in and accessing your website because you have bought a very cheap server package, or you've configured it incorrectly or poorly, you're asking it when it gets access, wait until you crawl it. So it doesn't have a lot of people going through the server and overloading it. Therefore, it doesn't slow your website down or overburdens it. But with today's technology, Google doesn't care. Google, yeah, you can have this probably, but we're not going to listen to it. Our bots, if you give us this directive, we're not going to go caring about it. We're just going to go ahead and do this because, well, we're Google and you need to go fix the service. And if it looks like you're not serious about maintaining server speed and load time and some of the stuff that we talked about, core web vitals and other things, then related to site speed when we were doing that portion of the audit, but then to Google, it doesn't matter. We're just going to do crawl your website. Unless you tell us not to crawl or disallow us to crawl, we're not going to listen to crawl delays. So when should we disallow? Okay, we should really be disallowing when we're in the staging environment. Okay, when you don't want hits to your thank you page from an organic perspective, when pages that are duplicates, they're specific media files or lead magnets that you have that you want people to get after they've checked out from it. You don't want it to be openly accessible on the net in order for people to access it. And temporary pages with limited lifespan, example, limited type of offers, you don't want to be hanging around when the offer's already gone. And then dated content. If you are too lazy to delete it, but users want to say, hey, don't crawl, this is old. And when you submit it to Google in Google Search Console and it's doing a test, you'll see this like submit URL blocked by robots.txt. And again, there are instances where you can see it here. There are disallows, and that's key. And this here is what it means when it comes to being blocked and disallowed. I think without further ado, let's just do a quick demo and how you can access the robots.txt file. And let me show you that quickly, okay? Let me see. I'm going to share my screen. We're going to go to desktop 2 again. And here we are, right? So this was the website that we were looking at from a site seed perspective, core web vitals, where we're doing the site seed portion of the audit in the earlier module. So let's type this in, robot.txt. Okay, so this is what it looks like. It's so simple. Hey, this is not as complicated. What this is saying is user agent, hey, everybody come to the party, go scan away, okay? And allow, this means, hey, everything is allowed. If this was disallowed, and everything would be designed, people have done this, and we've caught this as we can't access the website. It was something so silly as where the developer wrote the wrong word here, and the whole thing was blocked from search engines for a while, and pages started dropping in ranks. Something so critical, simple, can be so mission critical. Sitemap, this is telling them, oh, this is where the sitemap is. We're going to get to what the sitemap is in the next module right after the robots.txt file, but I think I wanted to show you what this was about. Okay. So again, we're looking for accessibility. We're looking for any errors. We're looking for any disavow features when we're reviewing this, okay? So we went through this quick demo, and that's what we found. Again, so a couple of key things I want to point out. There's SEO game over if you use something so simple as disallow hash. That means this URL should not be indexed, period. And when you're doing a staging site and you're doing something that allows it to say, hey, I don't want this to be found on search engines, this is the command you put in the robots.txt file that you upload on the site that you tell Google to go in. Don't touch this website. Don't go around looking and taking a peek. I don't want this showing up in the search results pages, okay? That's the idea. Some best practices with robots to always a good idea to have the robots.txt. Communicate with Google, communicate with search engines. They need your help. You need their help. So it's always a good idea to tell them, hey, go take a peek. I've nothing to hide. Oh, don't take these things. This is old content. This is a website that's not done. This is stuff that we want to come and get after the fact. It's definitely a good idea when it comes to making sure that your site is reflected. Now, every site will have, this is your site, but this is not actually a URL, so don't click on it. But it could be any brand name, .com, robots.txt. Most WordPress sites you'll be able to access in. More than 35% of the world wide web is made up of WordPress, but there's still a lot of websites, which is what you get, websites that don't provide that robots.txt open to easy to access format. If your site is in dev mode or don't want specific pages to be called, use a disallow directive for search bots, but be specific as possible. This allows the disallow directive or command is a very strong one. Every time you do it, you have to do one at a time, just the way I showed a couple of slides down ago. And that's it for robots.txt, okay? The idea with robots.txt was to make sure you don't have any critical pages hidden And you should take a peek to see if they have a robots.txt file loaded and it's functioning and it works and it's communicating with search bots in order to ensure it's part of good SEO hygiene and maintenance. Okay, well, welcome back, everyone. We're now in this section with XML sitemaps. XML sitemaps, it's the underbelly of SEO. It's considered the underbelly because it's a very important function that most users really don't know that exists. It's there, it's supporting the business, it's communicating with search bots, and that's what the intention is. It's there to provide a way for the search bots to find the website, crawl it, prioritize which URLs they should be checking on more frequently, which ones they should ignore, which one is duplicates, which one's for the mobile section. That's why it's the underbelly, because there's a communication happening directly between the site owner or the SEO specialist of the team and the search bots and Google and search and what have you. And just to look at the name says it all. Okay. The name is maps, which means it's already telling the search bots where to go and what's important, how to take the right turns, what have you. That's why there's this AI generated image here that is showing what this is about. Think of sitemaps like the GPS of your website. Without it, search engines might just take the wrong turn on your home page or other pages and not discover the ones that you want to discover, or discover the wrong ones that you don't want them showing out. So you got to cover your laundry. You got to know where you want the search bot to go. It's usually a good idea to create a right sitemap for the search bots. And there's a right way to do that. And that's how we help you examine in this section for this part of the course. Okay. XML sitemaps, and there are two different types of sitemaps. I'm going to get into greater detail. Is communicating with Google when the right indexing happens. What you don't want is the people finding stuff on search engines by clicking on a link that came up on a search they did, and they came to a page where you don't want to hang out. And you're going to get upset the user. Hey, that was a bad page experience. And the Google is going to recognize as, hey, well, you gave some of our searchers a bad experience. So we're going to make sure we don't give you this traffic if it's a negative experience over time. So just a quick recap before we go further. I'm going to say we've done the site speed side, which is the core web vitals. We got into some key metrics there and really got some science behind and analytics behind what that means. We got into the age of the website, why that's important, how to check for the age, how to use that in a way to determine what your likelihood of ranking is for a particular keyword, and why you do that as early as possible from a domain perspective, especially in the audit. Mobile responsiveness also, I think, was part of the site speed. Robots.txt, we spent a considerable amount of time there, right? We took a good deep dive into why robots.txt can be dangerous if you don't have the right robots.txt file. You learn how to check for it, where you access it, and what some of the best practices are and what some of the big no-nos are. Now we're at the sitemap.xml, and this is where we tell Google and search bots, particularly what to go around and navigating. When we do the on-page implementation side of the course, which is part 2, as this is part 1, that course will have how to actually create a proper sitemap completely from scratch, and then submitting it to Google Search Console and making sure that it shows up correctly there. And then all this other stuff with structured data, how your website looks cooler on search results pages with better exposure and more details like stars, your image showing up on search results. You're getting more detail around how your search is structured on the search results page. And we're going to have a say in that, and Google can recognize that say if you tell it with the structured data, which we're going to get into next. There's other user experience review, which we're going to get into how to create that out with better UX, you can do UI design and breadcrumbs and things of that nature. We're going to have to do a local SEO audit, which we have to see determined on the business type. Not every business is there from a local presence perspective. Obviously, if you're not a bricks and mortar business or you're just an online website, you don't need a local SEO campaign. We're going to look at on-page content optimization. We're going to look to see the usual things, H1, H2, H3, headings, the page title, meta descriptions, meta title, see if it's reflecting what the page intent is about and it best matches what the keywords they should be ranking for. And then the off-page audit, which is really understanding where the link, if there's any spam that's connected to them, is there any bad links that they should be disallowing? If there is good stuff that they haven't done, such as directories and other businesses that they haven't gotten linked from that their competitors may be. And we'll be able to examine that as part of the SEO audit and then the future slides coming up. But right now, we're going to get deep into the sitemap side. So let's go a little bit deeper. If sitemaps are, if I go further, if robots.txt are the bouncer of the website, the sitemap is more like the traffic police. They have got, imagine them as having whistles and the cars are flowing, and which are really the search bots. And they're telling them, go here, stop, don't go here, go, ignore this page, or keep going. And that's an analogy that I like to look at when I'm talking about XML sitemaps. It helps me understand it, so I forgot to share here. So an XML sitemap is storing and transporting data to communicate the URLs. Its purpose is to really provide the visibility search engines and metadata and for sharing. So what does that mean a little bit? Okay. So what is an XML sitemap? It's a structured XML format document. Okay. It allows the users, and particularly search engines, to find your best pages easily and quicker. Okay. If they can't find it, they will leave. List all your URLs for the website that you want the search box to find. And we're going to compare something called an XML sitemap, which we're going to talk about, which is behind the scenes, which most users don't see. And I'm going to give you a visual of that. And then there's an HTML sitemap, which users see. In between the two, for SEO purposes, XML sitemap is far more important. Okay, some will argue that HTML sitemap is just as important. I don't believe it is. You can have a website without an HTML sitemap, and it'll still get crawled and get visibility on search engine results. If you have no sitemap on the website, it will still get crawled from Google, and the website can still get indexed. You're just going to make it harder, and for Google to find the right pages for your website. So the negative consequences of not having an XML sitemap, which is communicating to search bots, I believe is a stronger hit than getting an HTML sitemap, which is making it easier for people to find it. Okay, on the things on their website, on your website. Again, going back into details, the two different types of sitemaps and what does it look like. So here's an example of, on the left, the user front-end facing sitemap. You can see this one is designed for the user, just designed for you and I. It's got nice structure, it's got a little bit of HTML, and it tells you all the different elements of feature, categorize it. This page is not designed, and this is our WebWorks Labs. Our page is not designed for the front-end user. It's there as a directory, but it helps search bots and tell you when people are crawling it, what's happening. And we've used this plugin for WordPress SEO plugin, Rank Math. We recommend you use that one as well. It's a very powerful SEO plugin. It's got a lot of the features that I've been talking about. Ultimately, the HTML sitemap is a page or group of pages that, like every user accessible page on our websites, its intent is for the user predominantly, okay? An XML sitemap is in the backend. It's a sitemap to help search bots find all the key pages on your website. Okay, its intent is for the bots primarily. Now, it will help me as an SEO who's doing the audit and making sure that I'm communicating the right pages. So it does help me as a user as well and a marketer. But if I'm a visitor here, I don't care about this page. I care about this page. This page is good to provide user experience, but people could still find your pages through other means, through the menu, through other sections of the website, through the footer, and Google can also index them through here. But what you can't get with this page, what you can get here is you can have these pages and how you categorize them, and you want certain pages to be indexed by Google. You signal by creating these sitemaps for search bots to go, make sure, ignore these pages, use these pages. These are duplicates. These are for the mobile. These have been updated recently. So it knows if there's content being changed, updated regularly, if there's canonical web pages, which means they're pages that, for example, is a product page, and then that has a URL, and then there's another product page that is about the same product but has a slightly different URL. But because they have different URLs from a search box perspective, they will look like different pages. But to a user, it will be like, hey, yeah, they're exact same pages. I don't care about the URL. I'm getting the same information. Why did you create this poor experience for me? And when Google bots realize that you're providing the same information in duplicate pages because you've got product pages that have different URL. You're making it, without declaring that these are duplicate pages to Google, you're making it hard for Google to provide the right search experience for your website. And it's going to flag it and it's going to impact SEO negatively. So these things matter when it comes to doing SEO. I know it's not very important to the front-end user, but this is why the SEO audit is so crucial. You want to look for these kind of things when you're doing the XML review. Okay. Quick again, emphasizing and a quick summary here. Quick indexing of the new concepts, storing and transporting data to communicate the URLs. It helps our identification. The sitemap helps search engines spot errors. It's very important for e-commerce websites, large or mega websites, and it's definitely easy to get lost with that one. Okay, so these are some of the reasons. This is our sitemap at WebWorks. When I clicked on the pages category, this is what came. And there's a whole bunch of pages we've been updating. We update our newsletter more frequently, which is tied to news. So you see it updated and reflected more frequently than some of the other pages. We want to get the news portion of our newsletter, which is tied to more breaking news, such as AI news or what have you, be reflected and caught by search engines more frequently. And news sites especially depend on this XML site, right, to communicate to Google. What tools do we use for sitemap? My favorite is a rank math. You saw that we use rank math. If I go back a couple of slides, you'll see that that's what we actually use. And I recommend that you use that one as well. We used Yoast SEO in the past and Screaming Frog also in the past. Before it was Screaming Frog over 10, 12 years ago. Now it's been Yoast, and from Yoast, it's the new player in town. It's got a lot more features, very easy to navigate, and become the king in this space is rank math SEO, which I highly recommend for this kind of stuff, especially when it comes to WordPress websites. There's other free tools that you don't have to pay for. These other ones, you're going to have some kind of subscription or licensing fee around it. Highly recommend it if you're serious about doing SEO, but you can generate a sitemap with sitemap stuff. You can validate it and you can generate it and it'll generate for you. Okay, so don't mess up your map to Google, okay? You can be a victim of spam or malware. That's where you double check that no extra pages have been created on your website. That's what Ahrefs will do or SEMrush will do. So you want to make sure you do a good job on taking a peek of it regularly, or run audits through those search engine optimization softwares to help you stay on top of it. You don't want dead ends. You don't want to have a bad map. Again, some good practices here. Don't put every URL on the sitemap. Duplicate URLs, PDFs you don't want crawling, etc. Tell which pages are relevant to search by showing the canonical URLs and our other preferred ones, such as homepage, for example. You definitely want to, or the most recent blog page or the news section page of the website. You want to make sure that those are the ones that are getting indexed. Create different platforms for different types of pages. At WebWorks Labs, as I shared with you earlier, we have one site for pages, one for posts, and one for local, for example. So let's look at this together. I'm going to show this to you, and we're going to look at it and see what that looks like together. Okay, so I'm going to go here, webworkslabs.com, but instead of going to my homepage, I'm going to type in sitemap.xml. And when I go here, this is what I see. Now here you can see, so here I can see XML sitemap. The XML sitemap is generated by rank math, an SEO plugin for WordPress. It's what let search engines use crawl and recrawl posts, pages, product images, archives on your website. Learn more about it here. So again, this is like self-promotion, but I do recommend this. I don't have any affiliation with this plugin company and this brand, but we've been using them for our own brands and our clients' brands for years, and they do a great job. So if you're gonna have a WordPress website, check out Rank Math. It's highly worth it. Okay. The XML sitemap index file contains 3 simple sitemaps, okay? So I've got 3, one the post, one page, and one local. So let's look at the different posts. And these are the different posts, right? So it tells you how many images it has, what the URL is, when it was last modified. So you're seeing these things and you're seeing the updates, and then it tells you when to go about finding it. Now we've got 48 blogs, so which is not a huge number, but then there's these ones, right? Last modified, there was a slight modification. I'm not sure what that was, but there was something there. But we've got a whole host of pages here, newsletter here, and these are things we're We do weekly newsletter, and you can see that the newsletter, this is when that are happening that we do in order to kind of keep our community alive. And we want people from outside of the search engines to eventually start finding our stuff organically. And that's what we've done here with these pages. And this is what a sitemap should be doing. It should be communicating, hey, there's been a page added. It's got images. It's got things. Go crawl it. This is what it's about. They're like, oh, okay, this is the content I'm getting for it. And if I go to this page, it will take me there and we'll have the details and it will have, this is what a newsletter looks like when it goes to our subscribers. And we put this information in and then we publish it and get clicks to watch, there are details. And we want people to discover this. And we want Google to say, hey, this is a decent user experience. They should be able to find some interesting facts about news when it comes to marketing, and we want it to rank. And that's the idea behind it, okay? I'm gonna go back to our slides, and that's really it when it comes to sitemaps. And my idea was to really ensure that we covered it enough so you understand it, to see that, hey, the site we're auditing, does it have sitemaps? Does it have the right structures in place? Is it active? Is it getting listed? Are you seeing more recent modifications and page updates on it? And those are the things and comments and reviews that you should be looking for when you're doing the SEO audit. Because if it doesn't have a sitemap that you can access, or it looks like a sitemap broken, or you can't validate it, then there's an issue. All right, so this is the sitemap for a Google Search Console. And what is Google Search Console? I purposely so far in the course have not introduced it because this is part of the on-page SEO, but you should be able to do the SEO audit outside of Google's tools that Google provides, because sometimes you don't have the liberty when you're working with a client who hasn't given the backend access to their proprietary tools to look under the hood. Or you still may have to provide and convince them that, hey, they need an SEO audit, or you may just be able to do it without it. And you should know what to look for and how to look for it. There's paid tools like we talked about. There's tools that provide things such as Ahrefs or SEMrush, and they'll find and they'll crawl your website for your website's pages, and they'll say, hey, these websites pages have errors that we know Google flags as errors, and these pages have not been ranking on Google. They haven't been indexed, right? There's non-indexed pages and there's indexed pages. What gives? What's happening? Maybe you want to fix that. And is it an important page? And we want to be able to communicate and flag. Those page crawlers that we have from these paid tools will help address all those things. But that's neither here nor there. What I want to get into is we have these various pages, and you want to be able to see what the sitemap summation looks like. So when you actually get to Google and you're working on the on-page section of the site and you're implementing these sitemaps, you'll be doing it here. You bring your sitemap and you first put it on through Rank Math, and you create it there, and it'll crawl your website and it'll create that page. You'll then go in and go into your Search Console. If you don't have Search Console, you'll have to create one. It's a few steps. It's just like submitting your website to Google and creating an account. And once you've done that, you're going to enter your sitemap URLs here and hit submit. Once you hit submit, it'll take a few hours, maybe a day or two, to say it's gone ahead and crawled it. And you should start seeing these success signs. But this is not the end of it. It's discovered these pages doesn't mean it hasn't had issues. You still have to look at, for example, things that need to be issued. Now, see some of the page indexing. You'll see some pages have not been indexed. There are some pages most pages that happen. And which ones haven't been indexed? Some have been discovered, but not indexed. Some have been crawled, but not indexed. And sometimes you can ask Google for the fix, validate fix. There are 7 pages, and there could be various reasons for them that are not indexed. But in this case, we've said, okay, we're not worried about it. Okay. Some pages we may have created an error and Google picked it up and detected it, but it didn't crawl it because we removed it, and therefore it's not indexed anymore. So maybe you can ask for the fix, but if it's a legitimate page. But this is what it looks like. This is us communicating using XML sitemaps. As you can tell, URL inspection, sitemaps, video pages. And that's why XML sitemaps are so powerful and important, right? This is why I said that you can get away with an HTML sitemap, which is good to provide user experience. But how many people are going to go to the bottom section of website in the footer and click on the sitemap.xml? They'll probably search using the search bar, they Google it, or they try to find the menu. But Google will need this in order to, and you're gonna have to need this to make sure that Google is definitely ranking your most important pages. So your SEO team or your developers will definitely be spending time here. And as an SEO specialist on a team or a marketer, someone who's doing the audit, if you have access to this, use this Search Console. If you don't, use some of those tools that we talked about, their XML validator, or when we do the automated audit with SEMrush, you'll see that there as well. Okay. And that's really it then. I think that's it for XML sitemaps. I'm going to go and switch gears to schema markups, which is even more interesting because it's the cosmetic and the look of your search results and how it looks compared to relative to your other peers on the search results pages. All right, see you in the next module. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Super excited to have you here. For schema markups, what does schema markups mean? Schema markups are things that we do to really highlight on search results pages, not on our website, better ways to showcase our listing on Google or Yahoo or Bing, whichever your search results page is. There's a few things that have been happening. Google has its own agenda. We have our agenda, and as marketers, we're working with Google to ensure we get traffic from Google. Google has become this index that gets all this traffic. Google wants to monetize that traffic by making sure that it leverages the data, but it doesn't want to direct that traffic away from its website or which is google.com and the search results pages. And it wants people to click on the ads without being as intrusive, as less intrusive as possible, right? So that's because of that. Zero clicks search results have been going up over the years. A lot of SEO have been complaining about it. But one way you as a marketer really control a better click-through rate from Google search results, which Google works and invests very heavily on in providing a resource base for it to give marketers, SEOs, you and I, the opportunity to have a better listing on Google search result pages. And a better listing usually means a better click-through rate. So to say that Google is only interested in ads or is not providing the SEO community the opportunity to get clicks and better exposure, I don't know if it's completely fair. I know Google is not 100% angelic organization. I don't think any organization is, but I think it has its own agenda. And schema markups is your pathway as an SEO expert to ensure that you get there. Now, as we're doing this SEO audit, what you need to know is how to look for the schema markups. You want to see if it's done properly. You want to know if it's the right type of schema markup depending on the organization type and it's the right properties. And all of those things is what we want to get into when we start getting into reviewing schema markups. So I'm going to get into the fundamentals here. And once we start peeling back some of the onion, I'm actually going to do a live demo. I'm going to show how you actually set up a quick schema briefly, how to check for it, how to test it, what does it say, what does it look like, and then you want to make sure it's coming across fine. But ultimately, you'll get a good grounding in this portion of the course, and you're going to have a good idea of what to check for. So let's get into it. So far, we're doing the SEO audit, and I want to highlight where in the technical weed of things, we did the strategic part, of why SEO is right for your organization and when it is right for your organization. Now, SEO isn't ideal for every organization. We went over that. And then after we decided, hey, now it is right, it is a good time to invest in SEO. We've been going through a lot of checklists and we've gone through site speed and a whole bunch of core web vital metrics to ensure your website doesn't have issues with it. And as an SEO, that's the first thing that we've checked in doing the SEO audit, right? The age of the domain is very important. It has a huge ranking factor. You can have younger domains rank, but it definitely helps. And you should just a quick check. So that's why we put it up there. Mobile responsiveness, very similar to site speed and core web vital. It's a little bit of overlap there, but we've gone through that as well. Robots.txt, what to look for, what search engines should avoid or disallow, and why. And if there's anything that's preventing search engines to go and crawl critical pages, that's where the robots.txt file comes in. We learn how to do one. We learn how to check for it. We want to make sure what the right way to do it is. It is crawl delays that Google doesn't stand by. We've gone through those mechanisms already. We went through sitemap. XML. And we discussed HTML versus XML sitemaps. And we discussed the pros and cons of them. We went through great detail and understanding where we are in terms of how to navigate around a sitemap, why sitemaps are important, how to structure them well, what tools you can use, how to see if a sitemap is set up properly in the SEO of an organization or a website. And so you know that these things that you're going through in the checklist when you're doing your audit, that hey, those are the things and gaps that you have to address when you're fixing it. Now, again, all these tools we've gone through, we have given you so far only manual checks, which you can use free tools for the most part in going about checking this. I'm going to go through a paid tool in the end after I've done these manually with the free tools to ensure that you understand the fundamentals behind it. So when you look at the automated report that comes out 10 minutes later or 15 minutes later from SES or Ahrefs, all these automated tools that scrape the data on your website and cough out things in like minutes that'll take you hours to do, you still know how to read them. Now we're switching gears into structured data, okay? By the way, I hate that word. It sounds like you're scheming. Schema. And every time think of the word scheming, I think of Schmeagol from Lord of the Rings. And I wish there was a better word for it. I think structured data is my fallback instead of using scheming. Hey, you're doing something wrong. You're scheming. And that's every time I think of the word scheming, I think of Schmeagol and Lord of the Rings. And hence, I don't like that term. But it's still very important for SEO. And I can't say that enough. So that's why it's part of this course. And we're going to talk about what it means. Okay. So schema markup is basically your code that you add to your website to help it understand specific details on content like recipes, puts the regular search and results. So this is not on your website. This is now your website information being displayed on Google, like I said. Like this picture I got as for free. It's like bloody dated. I don't know what year it's from. It looks like it's from like back in 2009 when most of you probably weren't even born. Just joking. I don't know when you guys were born, who's watching this, but you get my point. It turns out the idea is it looks more detailed. What is this? Why do I have all this extra real estate here that I don't have in some of the other listings? What happened here? How come this listing got a better view than what it should have? And there are ways you communicate to search engines and by using schema markups for your pages. So you give it the chance to provide the relevant information because you've communicated it and it allows a user valuable information. And if this information is coming in, you've got this detail of all the events or what have you, you click on it. And when you click on it, you're likely to end up on that website. And that's the idea. So you're essentially scheming with Google to be more precise. And that's to me where the analogy comes in. So you're really scheming with search engines to provide users with relevant information. You guys are working together. Some origin story stuff. I'm going to keep this a little bit brief. So founded by search engines, there was a joint initiative by Google, Yandex, Yahoo, Microsoft to come together, and they founded schema.org. And it's like it was a mission to create and maintain, promote schemas for structured data on the net. And the idea behind that is, hey, the more information the websites provide and work and collaborate with search engines by using these resources. And this thing is a bit of a Lambert, and I'm going to get into that. It's better for the search experience and better for the search engine, more dependency on the search engine, great, more ads, more revenue for these search engines. And that's the idea. So it helps search bots understand context way better. Hey, this is an article. Hey, this is the organization's homepage. So this is the organization page. This is a political figure page or a person page. This is an about us page or contact us page. And so those level of details you can set up properly in the schema. And you, as a marketer, gets rich snippet features by playing along and using the guides to help them. So an example of this, and I think I'll overuse the word analogy here, but I think it really means an example. If it helps Google bots understand what your page is about and what this page is about, it will help with them rank better. You get more visibility, and because it gets visibility, it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy. You communicate with Google, those displays that information. It looks better than other search results. We click on it because it's got an image, it's got reviews, it's got ratings, it's got other information, and I get, hey, 10 minutes. And maybe this review is not so good, but if it was a 4.5, I definitely would be interested in clicking on it. Enticing the users to click on your site. And that's what the CTRs come in. So if people click on it, people spend time on it, they go to your website, great. And Google's like, hey, all right, the schema thing worked. Let's give them more visibility. Now let's put them above the people also ask section. Let's put them above the local path. Let's pick them above as much as possible. And that's what this is about. And so the CTRs come because the schema is there, because you put the effort in your SEO activities and you've gone ahead and put those in. Google's giving you the visibility that you deserve because you collaborate with them. People clicked on it. People enjoyed it. Hey, you're good. You're using the collaboration as a benefit to us. People are hanging out and they're going to your website. And that's a good signal. So we're going to definitely go ahead and give you more traffic because of it. Right. So it creates a hierarchy order and properties to describe your pages better and gives the context. Being precise here helps you win. Google search engines win. So it's a win. So we're how to see the schema code. You can hit F12 and see schema code in your present code. You can use Google Schema Checker, and you can use schema markups. I do want to emphasize that I generated this image from, I believe, an AI. It's an AI generated image, okay? And it's a bit of a labyrinth, and I want to highlight that and emphasize that. This thing, once I open it up on my browser and I pull it up here in a minute or so, you'll see it's got a lot of details. The amount of resources and details and videos and guides and even schema.org that they're throwing at is phenomenal. They're truly committed to the cause. And if someone as big as Google is wasting so many dollars, maybe millions of dollars, if not billions, I don't think it's billions of dollars, but definitely millions of dollars on a cause to allow people, marketers, website owners, businesses to work with them to help the experience to become better, and they'll reward you. There's a good reason that you should be managing this better in your SEO campaign and SEO audit. And that's what we're talking about. What types of schemas are out there? Okay, there's multiple types of schemas. We're talking 800 plus schemas. I just thought about places, events, works, articles, about us, contact us page, organization. I don't even know. There's so many. And it, like I said, it's a labyrinth. Okay? What you need to know is there's a few key ones you should be familiar with. If you're an organization, you should have an organization. If you're a local business, you should have a local business one, right? Those are critical. If you have a physical location and you're doing an SEO audit for a physical location, you better make sure that the area being served is reflected in your schema. And I've seen that time, again, this is part of your audit that you should be looking for and saying, hey, I'm going to go and take a look at the schema. And this is a local restaurant I'm helping. This is a local store, a retail store I'm helping. And they are not showing up a local path and they're not getting visibility. When I hit the search button, what gives? Go into the schemas here and find what city they directed them to. Maybe they put the wrong information in and it's giving Google's a run for its money. Google will eventually figure it out and people start searching and going to it, maybe, or what have you. But it may not. It may still become ghost. I'm just going to hint on this, right? I'm not going to go deep into this area. We're going to do a little bit more deeper into it when we get into the more intermediate level course, which is the second course in the 4-part series where we get into implementing this and understanding this a little bit more deeper than what we have here. This is the preferred method, the JSON LD method, JavaScript object notation for linked data. That's what it stands for. Don't ask me what that means, but that's really it. It's a language, and it's data format language. So it's not heavy, it's not program. It's just providing information. It's just text and info that search bots can use. You can put this under the head section, and if you don't know what the head section is, talk to your developer. And it'll allow you to go ahead and say, this is what this information is about. So it's saying, hey, this is the context. It's coming from schema.org. This is the type. This is the information of the thing. Who's the person who wrote it? This is a classic apple pie. It's got a rating value of 4. Best rating is 5. Worst rating is 1. All this information is there to help the rich listing get information that it needs, right? You can use plugins for this, depending on your CMS or your website, the way it's configured, or you can use write in HTML, depending on how your website is configured. But this is giving this information. That's communicating to search bots. We're going to crawl the head section of your website, of the page, And oh, they have a schema. Great. We know we've been working with schema. We helped found it. We contributed to it. All right, great. Now what is this information? Oh, great. It's got a picture. Oh, great. Now, our search bot doesn't know what the picture is looking at. I'm sure it's going to change now with all this AI out here, but this is how it can be this way now. Okay. Okay. It's the author. It's giving a rating. It's got a number of review counts, all of those things. And we're going to get a class call it, right? That's what the search is looking for. It's got a picture. It's got a number of ratings. It's got a 4 point plus rating. Okay. I want to check it out. That looks delicious. Delicious. I want to click on that. And that's the idea here. Method two, a little bit more dated. I'm not even going to talk much about this here. This is macro data. There's even one more, I believe, where you get a little bit more deeper and within the nesting of different sections of your website. This one was all just focusing on one section, calling it the schema, and then putting all the code together so it's candid. This here talks about those specific values and other elements and different properties and sections of the page. Okay. It intertwines with the HTML content of the page. A little bit more fragmented approach versus more cleaner approach, saying, hey, this is what schema is about. And they will both work. They're both the data. Google prefers, and Google's come out in their developer section and said, hey, this is what it looks like. I'm going to show that in a minute. So let's look at it together. Let's go and let's look at this together. Okay, so we are gonna go here and I'm gonna quickly open up this developer section. And this is what it looks like, right? So you've got the developers for in the Search Console, and you can read on this information, what's required. There's more information that I've been browsing and general guidelines. They prefer the JSON one, which is what's recommended here. There's microdata, and there's another one I haven't even looked at, to be sincere, but they exist. And this is the same information that you provided. This is the details that we went over, the 4.2, 123 count. And it gives you an idea that, hey, this is how we look at information, right? So you get a good idea and framing of what this looks like. And this is where I got the chart that I shared. And it's all here for you to review if you want to review it, right? But how do you go about implementing this, or how do you want to go ahead and try and making this into a reality? So I'm going to go ahead now and share this quick markup generator. Again, this is going to be done in the implementation side. There's plugins for this, but I want you to understand the fundamentals of how this exercise works. So even when you're implementing the plugin and you're putting the campaign together, you know exactly what you're doing. What's the end goal? What's the plugin going to do? You should only have a fundamental idea what goes into the black box and what you expect it to come out. So I'm going to click on an article. Let's see. So this is, let me see, I'm going to open this up. Let's see, inside this is our blog page. It should be blog, by the way. This is old stuff. We're going to update this. So here's an example. Okay, so I'm going to close this. This is a blog I wrote a while back. It's been a while. But it's a good blog. It's done well for me from a traffic perspective. I'm gonna hit articles. I'm gonna click on this and start tagging. And it like gives you this markup helper, and it like convolutes your page a little bit, and that's okay. So you're gonna go ahead and you're gonna choose highlight this, and this is the name, okay? And I'm gonna highlight this, and this is the author. And what else can we do? I think it didn't have the date published on this site page, but I think, so that's an idea, for example, then you can do, and you can, the rest is just fine, right? I think, and let's say you want to go ahead and now you want to create HTML. So it's going to create the JSON LD HTML, right? And it's done. You can say this is the article, this is the name. Now this looks funny, but when it comes out in quote, looks fine. And then you keep this and you can download it and then go into your HTML head section for that page and put it in. And then you go to finish and it'll give you the ability to go test it. You can see once, let's say I'm going to take it here. I'm going through this and I go back to my blog page. Let's see if this worked. Yes, it does. Okay. And then I run it and it'll take a minute or so and it'll come. I'm just going to just pausing and come back when this is done. This is taking a bit longer than I want it to. Okay, so we're back here and it's tested it and it's got a couple of structured data that it detected and saw that it was called successfully and there's one non-critical issue, but it's a single URL, for example. Okay, and maybe we should add that, but it's got the author already. It's got a name. I could have added the image, and there was an image object there, I believe. That was there, and it's got some links and the address and the organization that's affiliated with. But that's the idea, and I'm giving this information to them. That structured data was what allowed it to get visibility. Okay, and that's what the rich results is what you're looking for. Okay, help Google help your brand get visible. But that's really it for rich snippets and structured data. You should be checking for this, especially on the local side, or if you're publishing a lot of articles, make sure the articles are reflected in the best way possible so you get the visibility you need. Rich results and structured data matter a lot. Don't you use it or modify it or audit it to ensure that it's being leveraged correctly. There's 800 of them. It's a big labyrinth, but it's only going to come with time. Articles, organizations, key core pages, they should have a decent amount of structured data. And that's it for this video. Hope you enjoyed it. Okay, so welcome back again. And now we're going to get into user experience and how that needs to be shaped up and what you're looking for in the audit when you're doing the welcome back to the course. Now we're going to get into user experience and the class of user experience at the expense of SEO. Now, I know this is not a very popular topic now. I know a lot of UX and UI has become a very emerging, powerful industry in the world of digital marketing and development and technology. Google's got its own certificate. In fact, we have our certificate. We're going to be, and of course, we're going to be offering on it because we're a marketing agency. We have a very powerful role in the organization as a senior UX UI designer with Iredale Green, who's developed stunning, amazing websites, okay, for us and our clients over the last 5 or 6 years. She's been heading up that role in the organization, right? So, and we have a lot of designers, and I appreciate great user experience and great design and great intuitiveness in an organization's website, and especially an app, but definitely a website as well. So there's a big overlap because user experience is what you want to provide. A good user experience is what you want to be able to provide, but there is a trade-off. Okay, and that's why I think this is an important section of the SEO audit that you have to kind of understand and evaluate. Are they heavily invested in user experience at the expense of search visibility? So we're going to get into this and be able to assess this, look at this a little bit together. I want to explain some of these concepts where the tug of war happens between an artist and somebody who's looking to communicate with search bots and making sure the information is in depth, which is hard to do sometimes, and when you're trying to make information look very pretty. Obviously, in simplicity, less is more, and I get that. But at the one end of it, but there's the other end where the customer and the user and the visitor is just looking for that information, and search bots are looking for that information, and we're not providing it to them. So that's where it becomes a bit tricky. So that's the balancing act that we're going to kind of talk about here. So again, just a quick recap of where we are in our course so far. This is part 1 of 4 in a series of courses that helps someone go from a complete beginner to a complete SEO marketer in landing a job, start doing it themselves, or working with others in this space. Okay, so this is the more introductory level course. Other courses do build on this course so they become more intermediate to advanced in nature. By the time you're on the 4th course of this program at WebWorks Labs and WebWorks Academy, you're really going to be able to do things like a full audit, both manually and through automation, but we're going through the manual steps here, and then implement some of those on-page requirements, do the keyword research adequately and effectively, make sure you get enough content rich and deep enough to get visibility, submit it to Google, and then build the relationships with other webmasters and brands to create that SEO backlink profile, including search engines, and then really analyze it in the 4th and final course, which is the GA4 implementation, the Looker Data Studio implementation, Microsoft Clarity and heat maps and behavioral data review and analysis, all coming together to really make you a powerful SEO. but it comes step by step, right? So right now in this course, and we did the first part, which was the strategic review of SEO, where we talked about what needed to be done in terms of, hey, does your business actually need SEO? If it doesn't, then don't waste money and time. Go do ads, go do other forms of marketing and generate business. But if you are in the business of local, if you're in the business of e-commerce, if you're in the business of thought leadership or getting your business online, then you definitely need SEO. Okay. And in that case, these are the steps you need to do first to audit the business, audit the website, audit the brand from a search engine visibility perspective. And once we're auditing, these are the core key elements that we're doing on a manual basis. All of these can be done now with paid tools. You pay a couple of $100 to $300 USD, and you're going to get it in 15 minutes. The painful exercise of me going through this with you and you going through this with me is so you can learn what goes into the box and how to read it and how to ask the right questions so you can come up with the right strategy. That's when you become the master. That's when you become the specialist in that area, right? Because you've gone through it a little bit more manually, you've applied it, you understand the fundamentals, you know what goes into the black box, and then when it comes out, you know if it's providing the right or complete information, so you can then direct your attention to the matter or if it needs attention. So with that said, we're now going to start talking about, we've talked about site speed, we've talked about domain responsiveness, robots, sitemap. We've even done structured data. Now we're at this user experience debate and trade-off, okay? We're going to go into local SEO, on-page optimization, off-page optimization as part of the audit, and you'll be able to get the fundamentals in your understanding. You won't have enough to do to actually implement it because it does get technical in some of these things that you have to implement, whether it's robot TXT or setting up schema, which we covered a little bit, but we're going to definitely cover more of it in the second part of the course and third part of the course, which is a bigger, deeper dive. But you get a flavor of it and you know how to look for it and what you do, what it means, why it's important, how it's connected to everything, and why does it come together in the bigger picture of SEO. Okay. So with that said, let's get into the other user experience review slash user experience. Experience does matter. Okay. I'm a big believer of design. This presentation that you've seen so far is on point. I'm a stickler for design. Okay. I love design, but I'm also a stickler for visibility and outcomes. Okay. Experience matter. This typography that I've used here, the color palette that I have, the gray backdrop, even the rustic that I've created here in the the Poppins fonts, the look and the feel of the website. It's got to be on brand. The stuff that you see on our website when you go to our brand, I'll make it better and better until I finally get it to where I want it to be. But right now, speed of it's the essence. Most people who are designers, are artists that I truly work with, won't even publish something until it's profession. I'm not in that boat. I care. I care deeply. And I think it's very important. I would do it for the client, but for our own brand, if I know it's very decent and it looks very good, it's good enough, I'll push it across. It will have to meet certain level of sufficiency, but first impressions do matter, okay? But Iredale Green, who's been a UX UI designer for a very long time, she would definitely not be happy. She'll say, hey, this grainy material that we've got in the backdrop, it's actually not on brand. What does that mean? Why do we have that? Because if you go to our website and if you go to the brand guide I've created, it's actually not there. But I thought it was cool and I included it, but technically it's not on brand. But these things is what a true UX UI designer gets into when they're developing a user experience for our website. So there is an overlap of work where the user experience or UI team, the design team, the team that works on the media, the look and feel of the website, and the experience and navigation that they provide a visitor when they click on the menu, they click on the buttons, they scroll, there's interactivity, something pops up, videos emerge, something changes. That is an experience that designer is walking the visitor through. It's just like walking into a house and it's the architecture is stunning and the furniture selection and how the customer by the person who's walking at the house feels, and how it's easy to open the doors, how somebody knows that this is a big hallway or a big room versus a smaller room that's maybe a bathroom or a closet because it's got a small door. Those intuitive things that we take for as second nature, as someone putting in thought and things behind what we've taken for granted and applying it to make the intuition, second nature. Design does speak to your target on usability, content depth, interactivity. There's a lot of things that SEO team and the UX team work together in order to get some fundamental things out. But before I get too deeply, what is SEO or UX UI? So UX UI is user experience and user interface. It's two different tasks, but mostly it usually is done by one person for the most part, and the development of an app or a website that allows the user experience side of it to ensure that it flows, it gets everything where it needs to be. It's directing the visitor with the right behavior, right checkpoints, right mechanisms to give them the experience that is flawless, complete, and intuitive. Versus UI is the design, the look and feel, the interface. Does it meet the color palette, what have you? So they come together to provide a holistic feel and look of the website, right? So that's what UX UI is. UX and SEO trade-offs, definition of user experience in the SEO context. There is a correlation between UX and SEO rankings, but there are things that UX does impact engagement and satisfaction if they work hand in hand. So there may be one requirement from a UX page that a designer designed before an SEO team got involved and said, hey, you know what? We're going to design this big page that will have a decent amount of content, a lot of media, great experience with great graphics and media that's popping and looks amazing. It feels great and it stands out and it's a testament to artwork. And I'm going to show you a page of that, what that looks like, what it's intended for versus where it goes. All right. And there's another one, US, where the SEO is driving the landing page creation, the structure of the website. And it's got the US be like, why do we have to create all these extra pages? I mean, we've already kind of covered a lot of the stuff in the topic here. But the user who's searching on the search results pages is going to be looking for that information. And if you're looking to connect with that user on your website, then you're going to create local pages around that topic, right? And you're going to create pages so we make it easy for Google to say, hey, this page is what you're looking for. So you're going to create these extra pages with neighborhood. There's going to be even deeper segmentation and analysis that a UX designer may not need. They don't care. It doesn't meet the need of the user experience in that sense. They care as long as they get enough experience to provide the right feel, and it's good enough. They wouldn't go as far as saying, hey, you know what are other people searching for outside? That's the SEO job. And then SEO will say, hey, let's work together in segmenting out a greater detail again and again in different formats to create content so we get new forms of visibility and clicks and conversions and business because of this. So there are trade-offs. There are times when the SEO and UX team will work, and there'll be times when the UX team will say, no, I'm not. I'm going to veto this. The design is going to be too compromised. And the SEO team is like, hey, I need to include this content. I need to update these pages. I need to update various different elements. So there is elements that SEO require that UX doesn't care about, and vice versa. Okay, there's readable, crawlable types of stuff, the anchor text, accessibility, links, great amount of content, the number of keyword usage per page, the phrase, the related topics that are mentioned, right? These are things that, if you leave it to a person who's not experienced in SEO, who's a UX user experience and user interface designer, or is a specialist in that area, will say, oh, I really care about the interactivity, I care about the media rich, the feel, the focus on the experience, the image, the pop. They won't even care that the image is taking a while to load, as long as it loads in a very reasonable time. It doesn't matter if it's 3 seconds, 5 seconds, even though it's a really bad thing that the whole page loads more than 2 seconds. But like it's for the sake of art, for the sake of overall experience, for the sake of wildness, when they get there, they will appreciate What if they don't get there? What if the 90% are bouncing because, or 70% are bouncing because it's just taking 2 seconds longer than it should? And the SEO is like, no, we got to compress the image quality a little bit in order for us to improve that. And that trade-off, I've had battles where my SEO team is asking the UX teams like, hey, I need to do this. And the UX is like, no, we can't compromise the quality. That's what the client's paying for. The SEO is saying, yeah, but they also paying for visibility. So there is a tug of war that happens. Your job as the SEO here, as you look into master digital marketing, is to understand if the tug of war is going one way or another in the audit. Okay. If it's too heavily designed and there's not enough rich media, maybe that's the goal for that page and it's sufficient. But if the whole website's structured that way, where there's just a lot of media, rich information, and people won't be able to crawl or see enough in-depth analysis, then you won't be able to get ranked and get visibility. And people will get there through other means because you become famous in another format marketing, but you won't be able to get visibility because you've been able to do it through search engine visibility, which again, it has its own form of making sure you grow your business. Okay. So that's really it from, search elements. There is part of, user experience where it cares about human experience. Search engines measure the interactivity, engagement, grade, judge, assess if the site is meeting the real standard in the space. Site navigation, there's the word intuitive I've been throwing around. This is where the user really comes to know how to move around and get information that they need. How do you make it now? The menu structure, the breadcrumbs, and clear call to action, trust badges, chatbots, interactive elements. All of these are also good for SEO. The better this stuff is, this is where there's a big overlap, and this is where it's like, hey, this is a good search experience. If you provide breadcrumbs, that's what Google likes as well. That's what customers like. They want to be able to walk around. We want to make it clear what we're talking about. We want to do the clear call to action. We want conversions in SEO. Great. Okay. So this is what we want in UX and UI as well. Chatbots, sure. If they're fun and they provide a way to get leads, absolutely, that's conversion. Interactive elements, yeah, the dwell time is going to be higher. Higher conversion, more clicks, more people sticking around on the website. Yeah, absolutely. This makes sense from an SEO perspective. It also makes it more user experience perspective. So there's a bunch of other elements of GDPR, clear privacy, and source better secure handling. So those are elements of user experience that overlap both these spaces and specializations. And that's my point. There's a big overlap, but there's also a trade-off. Your job in the audit is to identify. I've spelled it out here that there is a tug of war, and I want you to understand that tug of war does have an impact on visibility and search. Your job is to ensure that if your goal is to get visibility so you can grow your business through search engine optimization, and that's your goal, then it may mean, you either compromise some elements of the user experience and add in elements that the search bots or humans need that will take away from the ooh and ah artistic elements of the design and the user experience. And that's really it for this section. So I want to kind of put this out there, but I'm going to quickly show you pages of what that looks like, so you get an idea, what I'm talking about. I'm going to quickly show you what that looks like in like real life. So, you get an idea and what I'm talking about. Okay. So let me open this up. So this page we've created, it's a homepage. To me, it's a good page, but it's really the 24-hour showstopper. Now, some people, I've done some SEO on this, and it's got SEO, it's a digital marketing agency Toronto, but it's not there to rank. When some SEOs out there will argue with me why you've created so much of your homepage that's not looking to rank. I agree with you. It's not. We could definitely do better, but it's there as our ability to showcase our capability. Anybody who goes there will see that, hey, we've got what we're talking about. It's that design page. You can see every little detail here. We put a lot of emphasis on the experience, the interactivity, the immediate showcase of results and successes. It's there to help you the trust badges that we talked about, social banners, the dress, the bottom, and what have you. And it's not there for the thing, the hero headers with different customers as instant proof, what we do, who we are, the key message. This is a user experience page, and if you type in another, let me see. So we have, this page that fluctuates between, 3 and 8 or whatever, but it usually is up on the first page. We've paused this, but we will go after it. And this page, for example, is a sub page that you really can't access from the menu, right? And it's there to help provide content. I could look at the amount of content, and I think we can break this up, and it's probably not a great user experience. This is broken up. This is a little bit better, but it's too media rich, and it's at the same time too context heavy. There's a lot of more buttons. There's things that we're talking about. We've tried adding elements and design and things that we do, but it's there as a sales ranking page. This is the page that you want to create that will have a lot of information for rich delivery. Now, we created elements to make it better, provide a lot of education, a lot of context, testimonials, what have you, but it was designed to get there for search results pages. And that's the idea. This page is definitely not as beautiful and as the homepage is, but it's way more text heavy, way more details here than what the other pages, and it's there to help assess and get visibility for another purpose, and that's the idea. Okay, and I'm going to pause here, and I hope you get an idea of what I've kind of been talking about in terms of the trade-offs between UX and UI. You as someone who's navigating and reviewing the SEO of the company, you want to see, are there pages that they've created that are outside the homepage or the design element or the sales type of pages that are more towards the SEO side, and if they have rich context and enough to go on so they get ranked. All right, we'll catch you in the next section. Bye for now.
Okay, so welcome back, everyone. So we're here right now, and we're at this section where we're doing the local SEO. And local SEO is probably one of the most important things to do from an SEO perspective if you're looking to get visibility using SEO and you have a physical location. You can get away with other things such as highly rich content. You can get away with things where maybe the UX and trade-offs between UI that we talked about earlier is not there. But if you don't invest in local SEO, you really are hampering the success of your business. And frankly speaking, even in 2024, and we're here in this world, we still get businesses that have no presence in the local pack, in the maps, and even don't even have a search GMB profile set up. And that's why I think this is such an important part of the audit, and that's why it's got its own section. So if you're a location-based business, you want to become known in the market first before you do anything else. And that's what we're going to do in this section with this part of the audit. See if you have some of those elements set up first and if it's set up correctly. And then we're finally here, the local SEO side of the world, okay? Depending on business type. Now, obviously, if you're an online shop and you only sell things online, or you have a blogging website and you're not looking to get people to come to your location physically, it's an information site. It's a site where you put content up so you make money through revenue program and revenue sharing through the AdSense program, or sell online through e-commerce, or provide services or courses, and people don't need to come to your location. Okay, so with that said, let's get into the local SEO. It means attracting more people locally. It's geography or proximity based. If it's a physical business must do this. If you're selling gyms, if you're Alex Hormozi, who's famous for selling gyms, if you're a restaurant, if you're a local branch of a bank, if you're a franchisor, if you are a retail store, if you are providing a local H&R service or in-person consultation of any kind, you want to be known in that space, in that area.
This is where local SEO is paramount. It helps smaller businesses stand out. Google, and especially using your phone, you're allowing it to track your location in order for it to give you relevant, timely, and geography-based results when you query. So if you ask for food near me, or Thai food near me, or restaurant near me, or barber near me, or hair salon near me, whatever your near me is based on geography. And in order for you to show up in that near me and give yourself a chance of being considered for a client who's looking for your solutions, you've got to have local presence in local SEO. So how can you do a local SEO audit? What are you looking for? So Moz is one of the more older software companies that were there. This is back in the time of 2015, 16, I believe, maybe a little bit later. When Rand Fishkin, we used to be around and heading up that company there, but now he's moved on to his own organization, which he co-founded, I believe. And it's got nothing to do with search engines, actually. Okay. So what that really means is this stuff was there in the past. Some of these things, in fact, most of these things still apply. My business signals, on-page signals, citation signals, review signals, behavior signals, personalization, and social signals. So a lot of signals, okay? And I'm going to walk you through exactly what that looks like in some of these with our listing at WebWorks Labs, which is a local-based business. Because we have an office, we want to be known in a local place, but we're also a digital business, so we want to be known globally as well. So there's a bit of a hybrid there, but we want to be known in the market. Okay, so we have my business signals, which is proximity, categories, keywords in business, right? So you have my business signals. So this is my Google business. I want to look at what my business looks like in a second, the next slide over. There's link signals. To me, this has become less important, but I think link signals and citation signals have an overlap between number 2 and number 4. What that means, linking domain authority, linking quantity. Inbound quantity has definitely gone down, and I'll show you that's the case, especially as because the on-page optimization section. But citations are still important. You should have a decent amount of presence in local directories and existing Chamber of Commerce's websites to show yourself as a legitimate business. Because if you are in the existing local Chamber of Commerce, you're suggesting to Google that, hey, you know what, we've submitted our directory, we've submitted to the government organizations that we want to collaborate with, saying, hey, we're open for business. And that gives Google another trust factor, saying, hey, other credible businesses are also in this Chamber of Commerce. Was yours? Okay, I see that. There's other citations as well, such as directories, business directories. Some are industry or niche specific. So if we have a healthcare provider or a doctor's office, they will probably want to be known in a directory where there's a ranking of doctors. Versus there is another one that's more generic. We'll have everyone with local business. So there's more generic ones, including Yelp and a bunch of others that come to mind that are still powerful and attract a lot of traffic. And you should have a reasonably comfortable and a complete position and a placement in that directory. Okay. And then there is behavioral signals and review signals. Review signals and behavior signals is how effective is this? Is it doing well? Is the review strong? Do the customers favor it? Obviously, if you're a business that is getting consistent reviews and you are looking at ways to get ahead with reviews, you want to make sure that you're providing the best customer service. So Google can see that others are vouching for your credibility. And there are people that Google has been able to verify because they've got accounts, they've got other reviews, they participate in that local market. And those factors are what allow Google to trust the reviews that are coming and give your business a boost in visibility and a ranking higher than others that don't have the kind of visibility. Okay, there's personalization, there is social signals, again, the number of engagement, the Twitter updates, the LinkedIn updates. Those are the things that it looks for, and it actually displays when you actually type a business name up. And that's what these things are. So let's look at this in action so see what that looks like in practicality. So this is our company, right? So we're a 5-star digital marketing agency. frankly speaking, we could probably do more in our local ranking, but we exist. We have a presence. We do get visibility. We do get local calls, and people do recognize us from here. There's a whole host of elements I want you to show. When we look up our company name, the name does show up. It gets discovered. So you want to make sure when you're doing your audit for your brand or your company's brand, saying, hey, if I type this in, does my business address come up? Especially if I'm a physical location basis. Is the consistency the same? I don't want your name spelled wrong. Or if you change your name and then the old one is still there and now you're confusing, hey, is this name or that name? First, not only going to confuse customers and potential clients in your business, but you're also going to confuse Google and saying, hey, which business are you talking about? Are they the same? Have you notified and told Google that this is the new name? That's also part because Google doesn't know. There's search box. There's no human behind it. You have to work with the machine in order to tell it, hey, let's make sure this is what we want to be known for. The review factors is what we kind of went through. It'll show that and say, hey, we have people that have authenticated this business and the dozens. And there's reviews and services. And sorry, there should be number consistency or app even, an app sensor, name, address, phone number. It should be consistent everywhere. We've got this address that's been with us for a better part of 10 years. I'm not sure how long, but it's been with us for a long time. And it's a Google My Business. This itself is a Google My Business listing that's getting displayed. This is the on-page optimization that is getting displayed. Right? And that's what this is about. And then this is your social factor. We're more active on LinkedIn as a digital marketing agency than probably any other social media, but we're also active on Instagram and Facebook and what have you, but just not as frequently maybe or as much as on LinkedIn for the most part. So that's an example of what you will look to document and see if these signals and factors are there in the audit for the business that you're doing. Most crucial element, the Google My Business profile for local SEO. There's a cornerstone or the cornerstone of local SEO. Your Google My Business listing is like your digital shop window. Dress it well, and people will look into it. Okay, a complete and optimized GMB listing can increase your chances of being shown up in the local pack, local finder, and Google Maps. Right, and I'll give you an example of what that looks like. Right, so restaurants and best restaurants in Toronto. Right now, I'm in the Toronto area in Canada. Now, if I search this, these are things that are showing up as consideration because they're playing in the GMB and local SEO game. How come this one got discovered? There are other restaurants that exist in Toronto as well. Why is this one showing up? Even here in the maps, when you're looking through on your phone, why is this one showing up? How come they have reviews? This is taken for granted, but there's work done for SEO from a GMB perspective that says, okay, all right, I've showed up here. There's still restaurants I go to that have no GMB, believe it or not. I don't know how they do business, but they do it. They have a great location. They don't need GMB. But to think that if they had GMB, how much potential they'd be able to get more, but just by setting up something so simple as a local SEO campaign that'll last a few months. It'll get them to have a great profile that's optimized. You put up images, you submit information to Google, validates and verifies that you exist. You go on a campaign to update content on your GMB. You make sure you have optimized it. You build some links. You build some social credibility. You build some, get some reviews. And before you knew it, it's been a few months and next you're really ranking in the local pack. And new customers who haven't seen you before will discover you and your business will scale. I mean, to me, it's a no-brainer as if you're in a local SEO space, but people still neglect it. I think that's just a missed opportunity. You know, optimize your local SEO for smartphones. Understand signals like relevance, distance, and prominence. The most important factors from our experience is mobile optimization. So your website should be mobile optimized. Your NAP or your name, address, and phone number should be consistent and accurate. I've seen that as well. I call the GMB number and it goes to the wrong number or it stops working. I'm like, what gives? I've seen stuff like the hours are wrong on the GMB profile. I go to a restaurant, oh, it goes 2 hours. I'm like, what is that? Why would we turn customers away? And Google sees that, and you go there, and then someone gives a review and say, hey, this information isn't correct. And someone can actually go to Google and say, this information is not correct. So Google listings, local citations, Google reviews, complete listings with consistent accuracy of information with your name, address, and phone number, and your website being able to render on small smartphones very quickly, very fast is critical. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to switch. Okay, we're going to switch gears, and I'm going to show you what a free tool can do to help you do this relatively quickly. Okay, so I'm going to pause here. Give me a second here. Okay. All right, so I'm just going to put this in and go here and see where's my thing. And I type this in. Let's see what comes up. And I'm going to type this in Thai restaurant in, actually, let's just do this. It's a Thai restaurant. Location, Paris, Ontario. So this is a small town. We have a franchisor restaurant that we're doing some SEM, both search engine optimization and search engine marketing for this company, and see what happens. And I'll click this and see what search result comes. This is Bright Local. We have a paid subscription for this, but this is for free for everyone. They allow you to do a whole bunch of tests. I think up to 10 or something. And so I highly recommend if you're starting out and you don't want to get pay for a paid tool. Again, all the stuff I've shared so far, including all the tools that I've used on this part of the course and until near the end of it, these are all unpaid. So you can test this and get your audit done manually and get a lot of information collected by testing stuff out and documenting it without having to pay anything. Just your time, which also has cost and money, and I understand that. But it's pretty powerful nonetheless. So anyways, I did this, and here's your localized search results. This is the entire restaurant, Paris, Ontario, English. Let's see what comes up. And there it is. So this is our client at WebWorks Labs. We've been working very hard. You can see that this restaurant is up on top in the local pack, even though its rating is a little bit lower than this one, and this has way more elements in terms of review signals, and it's been there for a lot longer. It's just because we're optimized this one, we've updated the details, we've ensured that we're consistently responsive. That's why this shows up quicker than, let's say, and higher from a visibility perspective than others. And that's part and parcel of what this is. If we go on maps, we look for a Thai restaurant, my Thai Paris will come up as well. And that's what this is about, right? It's a lot of options to choose from, but this is the idea. Your listing should show up here. Okay. And that's key. And if it doesn't show up, then you are losing business, because all of these organizations that are competing for a space I look for it, you look for it. I look for what the reviews say, and it takes a few seconds for me to check the reviews. I look at the pictures. I look at how frequently it's updated. Look at when the frequency of the review was. I want to see what the website is. It loads fast, and all of those things will help me make a decision in seconds, if not minutes. And to me, that's very important as a business that's looking to attract new clients. So a new patron. So I would definitely not vouch it. So definitely worth checking out. Quick tool. I hope you found this one useful. I enjoyed using Bright Local. They're very good. They've been around for a long time. I think we've been with them for 8 years, if I'm not mistaken. And we've been paying monthly, their starter or basic plan for a long time. We do free audits for new clients that we take on. But I don't have no affiliation with them. I have no sponsorship or anything like that. I just believe in this product, and I'm recommending. And if they have a free service, this is part of their free service. Check it out, rightlocal.com, local search results audit. I believe that's what it's called. And let me see where it is. It is here, local search results checker. Okay, and it's in the link here, and definitely check it out. I highly recommend that put this to the test to see where your listing comes in the local maps. If it does, if it doesn't, then you have work to do. When you document this thing, okay, we've got work to do. We've got to upload those trust signals. We've got to get the reviews up. We've got to get the images up. We've got to get the descriptions and category properly selected. And when we do the on-page complete part of the course, we'll be seeing how to implement that. But right now, we're just finding gaps. And this is what the audit does. It finds gaps on what the ideal should look like, as I've trained you, and then you should go and kind of work on it and make it sure that when you start implementing it, that's when we show you how to do it exactly correctly. Okay, so that's it for this part of the course. We're going to switch gears into, I believe, on-page audit, and then it's going to be the off-page audit and the automated tools. I'll see you in the next one. Bye for now. All right, welcome back, everyone. We're about to start the on-page audit. Okay, On-page audit is pretty important. That's why it's here. We're doing the audit. And so the on-page section is what people in both search bots experience on your site. Okay, so it's pretty important. And we're going to get into where we are in the grand scheme of things when it comes to this. So we've been doing the SEO audit. In the beginning of the course, we started with the strategy where SEO fits in the grand scheme of things within the marketing mix. We decided, hey, you know what? If you are going to do SEO, there are business types that it works for and business models it absolutely does not work for. Once you establish that, hey, you need SEO because it works for your business model and it's 2024 and there's a lot of changes happening. There's still people who have needs. There's still stores that need to sell online merchandise. They need SEO. There are still stores that have physical locations. They need SEO. There are still store websites that have to sell and get discovery through Google in order to participate in their AdSense or news or information or other ways to provide thought leadership so you can drive traffic to the website. That has to be optimized. It doesn't get discovered without the search engine results pages or the help from Google and what have you. So with that said, SEO still is a key play in many industries and many spaces. It's not effective for every business and it's not needed for every business. But the business that is needed, these are the steps you first go through. The first step, everybody starts doing link building. In fact, I've seen articles from big companies like WordStream and others that say, hey, start doing link building first, or start writing your content, or do keyword research. In fact, the keyword research is step number one, because a lot of these tools that are providing keyword research is the way to go. It's not. It's the audit. And in the audit, what we have to do is we have to ensure that it has to be in such a way where you know exactly what you're doing and what to look for some of the most important criteria within a website and how it communicates with both humans and search bots. And when you're doing that and you understand the manual iteration of it, doing it with paid tools becomes so much more easier. So we've gone through site speed and user experience and mobile responsiveness, which is covered under core web vitals. And we went through developer tools. We tested out. I've shown you some 3 examples. So if you haven't seen that part of the course, I want you to check it out in that part of the course. It's a must do. That's the first thing. The age of the website, the domain is very important. Mobile responsiveness kind of fits within the same area. There's robots.txt, sitemap XML, and XML sitemaps. Both robots.txt and XML sitemaps are very critical. One's a gatekeeper, one provides navigation to search bots. Sitemap XML versus HTML is also discussed. What the difference is, why you need to have for sure a sitemap XML versus an HTML sitemap, which is made for it's us. Not a deal breaker, but a good XML site that's neglected or overlooked is a deal breaker in SEO. So definitely worth looking into how do you do that and structure that correctly. We got into rich snippets, but this is the stuff that shows up on Google's search results from your website, given the way you've shared the information to them using schema.org. Schema.org, we talked about how it was founded, why it's important, and where it comes from, and how to use it. And I actually did an example and a walkthrough of a simple schema.org using Google's tools for you to kind of create the right HTML that you put in the header section of your website in order to ensure that you are communicating the right kind of business type. And there are 800 different formats, but the most crucial ones are 4 or 5 that are the most usual, whether it's articles or personal political based business or product website or organization contact page about us. All of those have different things. We went through that in the rich snippets structured data format. Then we switch gears to UX and UI and the trade-off between SEO. There are trade-offs. I'm a digital marketing founder. We've been in marketing for nearly 10 years. And we have a UX UI senior designer on our team that leads the design discussions every time we do a new web design and development project. And we've done hundreds so far at this point. And in doing those, she's definitely got to make sure that from a humanistic perspective, the oohs and ahs that we want is definitely what the clients pay big dollars for. That's why we sell $50,000 websites, $80,000 websites for big corporate that we've done over the many years. But our SEO team that also has to navigate some of those challenges that we want to ensure that it gets discovered. And there are pages that we have to create, and there are trade-offs where there's some clashes that happen between SEO and UX UI. We discuss those in detail and how to navigate that trade-off and how to ensure that the UX UI experience and the oohs and ahs aren't compromised. And at the same time, the SEO visibility that gives the business the success it needs over the long term in lowering customer acquisition costs is not neglected. So all of these are all elements we've already discussed. And now we're going to switch gears into on-page content. Okay, and this is where it really gets into the minutia and the greater details. I'm going to walk you through step by step and again, and understanding this concept in a much more granular detail. I'll give you some examples and tools to use to identify gaps and how to read good websites, bad websites. And then we're going to switch gears and finally close off with the off-page audit, which is really looking at link building. Okay, as you can tell, link building has really come down. In the olden days of SEO, link building was very paramount, but it's taking less and less importance. It's still important. And then there is this section here that I haven't mentioned in this audit, which is the automated audit tools, which are paid tools. And I'll walk you through one or two of them in this course as well that you can use and see that, the ones that we prefer, and we've used all of them, most of them, in fact. There's so many that are out there. But there's two of the bigger ones is SEMrush or SEMrush, however you say it, and then there is Ahrefs, right? So in all of them, we've used them, but I've left the paid element to the end because I want to ensure that you understand how to look for things manually. The paid tool will give out so much data so quickly, you won't know what to do with it unless you've done this stuff manually. That's why we've gone through the painstaking details of going through this manually with you, understanding gaps, what this means, how to look for the right information. So even if the paid tool that you paid to speed up the work, you still know what to do with it. I love this chart, by the way. This is an old chart, but this is what true on-page SEO is about. Okay, this is from Moz. Actually, we used this a while back. Moz, we had a paid subscription for a few months, but then we switched to Ahrefs for a while, and then we switched to SEMrush for a while. We've done Uber Suggest. So there's like so many of them, but I'm agnostic to any one of them. They provide very similar tools and similar capability in what they offer. Some people have preferences versus another. I've used all of them for many years in one form or another. Sometimes one tool comes up with a new feature and I stick to it. But Moz came up with this article written by Rand Fishkin, where this infographic was created in this chart. And I encourage you to read this article. And I've got the link here that where this infographic came from. And I'll walk through this infographic in greater detail for you to kind of understand what this entails. Classic worth reviewing. It gets into many details. It made Moz a big credible player before Ahrefs and SEMrush. SEMrush has built this business through influencer marketing. Ahrefs has done it through their own YouTube channel education, which is phenomenal as well. So, and then it crushed it when Rand left the organization and started his own business. Here it is, uniquely valuable content. This is an example of uniquely valuable content. It has to have text, images, media. It has to be dense. It has to have quality, but it has to be unique in its perspective. Now, in the world of AI and where we are today, the ability to create articles, and we're going to get into this when we start getting into the on-page optimization section, part 2 of the course, which covers keyword research and on-page optimization. And the third course that considers off-page is a shorter duration course. And the final course, which is probably the most advanced one, which includes advanced analytics, Looker Studio, Microsoft Clarity, and GA4. In this section, the ability to create content is becoming so automated and it's so up for grabs right now. I'm uncertain the ability to create unique content will be easy. The internet will get flooded far more with automated AI generated content over the next 5-10 years than it has in its history over the last 25 years. And that's going to be interesting because everyone's going to be able to create articles in seconds and minutes now with SEO Writer and other types of tools that come out that can generate content in written format. The uniquely perspective content that has true value that goes deeper than the more superficial language models that provide simple AI content are the ones that are going to be able to stand out. Now, how this shapes up and how AI becomes more human in nature is yet to be seen. But here in late 2023, 2024, I'm unsure how this will all play out. But uniquely valuable is definitely very important. Phenomenal UX experience given. Okay, I would actually start with that one first. UX experience in the sense that you can load the website fast and renders properly on the mobile smartphones, very critical. Okay, keyword targeted, yes. Don't write only about stuff that has no visibility. I would recommend doing some keyword research. Now, even in keyword research, tools like SEMrush, and which we get into this, or Ahrefs, they'll say, hey, this keyword has 20 search volume. There is a right way to understand keyword research where most SEOs who are novices or rookies get wrong. Okay, that search volume of 20 for a keyword may be misleading because if it's part of a greater cluster, you can become a niche player in a space that you rank for multiple keywords if you provide in-depth enough content. So you don't only target that one keyword, you target a cluster of keywords depending on the content type. And that's how you have to start looking at keyword research. And we're going to get into that again down the road. Built to be shared through social networks. Again, make it easy for shareability. Have those embeddings on the website, create content that allows it to go viral. It's accessible. This is a given, but a search bot must be able to access it. In fact, when you update it, submit it to Google. How do you submit it to Google? We've gone through and I've shown you how to do that in the Search Console in the earlier part of the course when we talked about that. It's going to have XML sitemaps. It's going to have other key page elements. It's going to be declared that this is not a non-canonical page. It's going to have quick load times. It's going to have a proper domain structure and a URL structure. And we're going to talk about what that looks like. We're going to have quick responses. We're going to have XML files. Okay. And then built to be shared through an authorship and metadata and schema and rich snippets, and all of these things help. So author is somebody who's known as a speaker or a credible person, a doctor talking about the details of that organization, having references, proper references where that shows credibility, research cited, or a credible person writing it will go a long way in Google's eyes, especially now in 2024 than it did in the past. Now in the world of AI, with our ability to pump out content with bots that drive a lot of traffic for Google, but if you have credibility on your side, it will help you stand out much quicker. So a phenomenal chart, worth reading. I'm going to leave this article for you to review. Do review it. Do scan through it. It is in depth. It will require some brain power. You'll have to sip coffee for you to get through it because it will drain your mental capacity if you're looking at it for the first time. But you'll learn a lot very quickly. On-page SEO, nothing beats awesome content. After speed and usability, your content is the best and you'll rank. So spend the time here. A lot of people take shortcuts and it's easy to take shortcuts now. I'm getting distracted and I'm gonna keep emphasizing that, but with AI, stop creating content that looks like it's coming from AI. Use the AI chatbots to get your content going. Don't get me wrong, I love ChatGPT. I love using AI tools, okay? They're there, but nothing beats human experience. And talk about stuff you're good at and you enjoy and you're truly passionate about. It will show through your work. It will show through your videos you create. It will show through the images and infographics you design. It will show through the stuff you write. So, and when you do that, compare it against the content that you have relative to the peers that have written in the same space. Is the content better or worse than what's out there? If it's not good enough, then you've got work to do. Then don't publish it and expect great results, or publish it and think, hey, this is just for fun. I'm not looking to get visibility from this. Because if it's not there for getting visibility and conversion of sales, then that's fine as well. But here we're looking to get conversion. We're looking to get clicks. We're looking to get impressions. We're looking to close. And that means putting our best foot forward. The other thing I also find, and I'm guilty of this as well, is in the world of AI, running a business and teaching at the same time, both in colleges and making these courses, it's hard to stay up to date and go back to your old written content that was written 4 years ago to see if it still makes sense. So, and there is pruning involved. And if you do this, it'll help you signal to search engines that you keep your site dated. So let's go in and talk about what a good content structure. And the next chart I'm going to show you is going to probably spook you a little bit, but I think it's worth getting into in detail. So let's walk through this, okay, in a little bit of detail. What is content optimization? You have these 5 elements of what a content optimization looks for. This is your checklist. This is heading, subheading, and bullet points. You are going to go through and see if it has these things. Some things, if you're outside in doing your SEO, you won't be able to check. Okay, because this is stuff that you have to have inside the organization. Dwell time and other information, if you don't have access to it, you probably won't get it through tools like SEMrush or Ahrefs. This is because it becomes private data. Google will protect it by providing access to people who only have access to the GA4 or that has access to the website in the backend. Okay, consistency of freshness you can check. You're going to be publishing it on your XML sitemap, which is publicly available. Quality of substance, you're going to be able to check against your peers. You're going to be able to review this and look at, because you're publishing this, you'll see this. Accessibility and readability, again, you're going to be able to check because you're communicating with search bots. People can, because you're communicating with search bots, you're able to communicate with, derive that as well. Hierarchical keyword optimization, after knowing what keywords, there's H1, H2, H3 tags, there's each title, and the keywords are properly placed. It's not replaced, it should be placement, not replacement. Quality and substance, value beyond others. Can't emphasize that. If you're going to put something out, put yourself out there, put the time in. And especially with now, it's so much easier to put content out. Take the time to stand out, make your own perspective, add extra research, add extra media files and experiences to enhance your content. Consistency and freshness, regular updates. If you've written content about SEO 5 years ago and you're wondering why it's not ranking, SEO has changed from 5 years ago. Unless you don't update it and keep it up, don't expect it to disappear. And refresh up pages, go back and update the content and refresh the pages and write the dates so it signals to Google in the XML sitemap, say that this is more recent, it's been updated, it reflects that. User engagement, Matt Brian Dean, another SEO guru in the space, has been talking about this for a while. He's done a lot of research around this space, and he said dwell times, the amount of time people spend on average before moving around and looking at it, and lower bounce rate are good organic behavior activities of a user or visitor that is looking at your page. The longer the dwell time, the better you're able to rank, and that is true because people are spending time on your website. You're building trust and authority in Google's eyes. Google's tracking it and sharing that result with you so you can determine how to optimize your own content so Google can continue sending you the right traffic. Alt text and accessibility and readability, very important. Anything you can help with accessibility and make sure the internet is available to as many people as possible with any kind of special needs, Google will appreciate that. And if they put the time in, they will go out of the way and help you get that visibility as well. Okay, and they've got a lot of resources around it. There's extra resources I've shared as well in this course in the next few slides coming up. I encourage you to spend some time here and use the alt text. Now, this is going to change as well. I'm going to get into what that means, given the AI is coming so fast. But it's as we stand right now, it still helps Google at this stage. Okay, we're going to be reviewing the written content in and around the site. So I'm just going to quickly share you the keyword meta descriptions and effectiveness and quality with some examples to go through, okay? So let's look at this right now. So this is an example. Page titles cannot be, this is WebWorks Labs again. You're looking at digital marketing agency in Toronto. Look to see if they have a tag. If you're auditing, this is the first thing to look for. Does the page have a title? Can you see it in the tab up there? What is it saying? Does it say home? Because I see that a lot, believe it or not, anytime I take on a new website, it says home only. Wait, what does that mean, home? What does that mean to a search bot that you're looking to tell that you want to be ranking for? Ensure if it's present, if it's appropriate length, if it's making sense. Okay. Images, say 1,000 words, keywords on top because keywords are part of words. Alt text, images, image optimization for speed. So you're going to be using images on a website. They're going to be using images to provide a user experience that's rich and that is good. And that's good. I encourage you to read this. I'm going to open this up as well, but it's there. It's still powerful. This is the resources that Google has provided on images. But the idea is the criteria for alt text is specificity. I can't say that word. You've got to be very specific in what you're saying. You can't be having long run-on sentences. It's got to be short and sweet because someone who's relying on alt text to read your page when the computer is reading out loud the image description with what the other words on the other elements of the website include. Someone who's using the alt text, just the way a search bot will use the alt text, keep it short and brief. It should be 125 characters. Don't stuff your keywords again and again. That's not the point of alt text. You can do it so it explains it, but if you're only doing it and it looks like that keyword doesn't belong, there are signals and like the algorithms pick up saying, hey, this looks like it doesn't belong here. This is not describing the thing. It makes no sense what they're saying. looks like keyword stuff, penalize them. Is it used in every image? So if you keep saying restaurant in Paris, Ontario, or restaurant in Toronto, Ontario, in every single alt text, when it doesn't have anything to do with that description, you know you're stuffing it. Spelling errors, believe it or not, we see a lot of spelling errors even right now. But so many tools out there with Grammarly and other tools that auto check your grammar now. This shouldn't be an issue. But if you've done it a while ago, go back and check it. Some thoughts I want to highlight. Alt text, I anticipate, is likely going to change. Okay, the need for alt text, because the internet AI is changing their ability to read images. Gemini and ChatGPT can fully understand and read images and come up with even the most basic and most obscure images, bring meaning out of it. And they can use that meaning to display instead of alt text. I expect this requirement to change over time. But even as I say this, I still think it's, given where we are right now, until it becomes official, I still think alt text is still a powerful mechanism, because not only are the resources on Google still available and applicable and they're still pushing it, but there's other organizations like W3 organization or other accessibility-based organizations that promote the use of alt text, because the internet, for the most part, across most websites, isn't going to be able to make that kind of change so quickly. Here's the best practice chart when it comes to alt text and on. I'm going to leave this for you to review, but it goes through a lot of details. And here's more detail and further resource, decorative images, things that you put beside words. And you've got families, and when you're talking about insurance, it's got nothing to do with insurance, but it's there. If it's not really adding value, then there's specific things that you can do to include nothing in the image. Not every single image has to have a description. But the image that you should have a description, for example, that image I showed you a few slides ago here, this image needs a description. And the reason this image needs a description is because it's a powerful infographic with a lot of details around it, versus an image that's just there for providing user experience, for visual eye candy, but it really doesn't add a lot of eye context. Add any context. Meta descriptions, switching gears, meta descriptions are descriptions that show up on search results pages. So this is a client of ours. This is a publicly traded brand, a pharmaceutical brand that we've been able to optimize. They rank on #1 for Google, example, boasting of myself and our team right now and the capability. But here is ads, and this is the result. Highly sterile. This is that description is meta descriptions. This is what you provide the people scan and review before they click on this link. You remember, if I showed you a couple of slides ago, this was the page title, Digital Marketing Agency Toronto. This would show up here. It will show up here and on the tab of the page itself when you click on it. Another pro tip I want to highlight is do a search with the site, and it could be cathedral.com.ca, mythai.ca, whatever it is. These are some of our clients, asan.ca, asanrealestate.com, and see what comes up. If you see random pages that come up that have been dated and that have no relevant details now, do yourself a favor when it comes to on-page SEO, get rid of them. There's nothing like good pruning that helps a website rank faster. First, your website will become lighter because you have no old garbage that you've removed that is not adding value because it's irrelevant still. And second of all, you'll be able to tell Google you're staying up to date and with the times. So again, some of these this checklist items that we've talked about: meta description, character count, keyword usage in the right places, call to actions, and if it's the subject, it's click worthy. The copy makes sense. It's providing the relevant information. All right, so here's a checklist. Go ahead. I do want to spend a little bit more time on the URL structure because it is part of SEO. Knowing how to use the URLs in there are key components of what a good URL structure should look like. And this is what I'm telling you you need for a good SEO. What you're looking for is, especially #1, is the protocol or the HTTPS, or what you call the web server when they use it to access a specific web page. This protocol is Hypertext Transfer Protocol, okay? And S stands for secure. Secure means it's encrypted, okay? In 2024, if you don't have S beside your name, Google will flag it. Okay, and I still see that at websites. I see websites that don't have encryption. So that means that they're easily hackable. And Google flags that and said, hey, that's not the safe internet. Maybe you don't want to proceed. And I wouldn't recommend having a website. So when you're doing this audit, look for this HTTPS on the website. Most is what you get. Websites will provide you HTTPS as a granted. But if you're doing WordPress and you're implementing your own domain, you may have to do this and configure this yourself. Your developer may have not done it if you got this done from a novice or a new person who doesn't have experience with this. Okay, it's encrypted, so things like passwords or credit card information or cyber criminals really can't access it. Then there's a subdomain. Okay, subdomain is if your website is your mansion or home or condo, your subdomain is more like a specific room. Now, when you go to, let me actually show you this now. Let me go here. So you go to, if I type in analytics, Google, right? Google Analytics will come up. Analytics comes up here, and that is the room within the main domain, analytics.google.com. So that's really what I mean here. Okay. And then there's something called second level domain, which is really the host name, which is your brand name for the most part. That's your company name. That's usually what you put here. What's your company name? Oh, my company's name is this brand name. Great. That's what you're going to see in the middle beside www. Okay. Your second level domain is it helps people know they're visiting the certain brand's website. So if you go to NBA.com or NHL.com, you're going to the National Basketball Association or National Hockey League. And then there's top level domain. Okay. The top level domain is the entity of your organization as it's registered on the internet. There's lots of top level domains now. There's .ca, there's .com, .uk, .in for in India, .au in Australia, .ca for Canada, .com in the United States typically. There's .nz for New Zealand. I don't know. There's so many. Every country has their own kind of conventions in how they'll categorize this. Okay, but for example, in the United States, it's .com. Similarly, you have not-for-profit organizations that like to use .org. And there's educational websites that use .edu or education for academic institutions in the United States. These naming conventions have kind of taken their own norm and how these industries, these spaces have said, okay, this is what we're going to call ourselves. We're a not-for-profit organization, we're going to call it .org. We're an American company, we'll call it .com. Where a company from the UK will be .com.uk or whatever it is. And that's really it. And these things kind of came and many people started saying, okay, this is what we want to be associated with given the geography or the space we're in. That's really what that means. If you want to identify a company in a specific space, you use the right top level domain here. And then finally, we get into subdirectory and path. Okay, this is when you're really getting into the subpages outside the homepage of your website. Okay, a subdirectory, also known as a subfolder, is really helping web crawlers understand what page or section of the website they're on. Okay, so if you own a shoe store and you are providing a certain type of shoe, your website should be talking about that specific type of shoe once you get that into that category. For example, if you're providing snowshoes, it should be yourwebsite.com/winter boots. And then in it, you'll have the options of men's boots, kids' boots, ladies' boots, dress boots, and each of them will have that'll be maybe a category page. So you're allowing search bots to get to a specific area. You can then also do other extensions after this path. For example, now I just talked about boots, but after they get into winter boots, you can go into ladies' boots, which will be another level, which will be another level of path that you're extending onto. And that's the idea here. Now this is the main path. You can keep extending. You can go blog and the article name. You can go into insights, blog, article, and however you've created your subfolders and into how you want the organization to show the information. You can do it any one way. There's no right or wrong way. Generally speaking, the idea is if it's a specific app or some functionality provided, you create another room for it before you're in your subdomain. Okay. But in your main domain, which is second level domain, is going to be the brand name. How you want to be associated with the space is going to be here. Your sub pages and before you get to the main page or subpages as you get to the main page, right from after the home page is dependent on here, depending on how many folders and subfolders you create in the directories of your website. And that's really it. Okay. There's other elements here, such as how you use URL parameters to track information and where the path came from, and UTM parameters. I'm not going to get into that here. You don't need that. What I would highlight is if you have an app or a room or a certain level of service you're offering, you can put it before your company's brand name. But if you are writing blogs, articles, having product details, make sure that keyword is here in this section, okay, in the path and subdirectory, okay, because that will help give clear signals what this page is about. And it still matters in 2023, 2024. The more easier you make it for you to help the search bot understand what this specific page is about, the more easier it's going to help you rank. Oh, and that's it. So I've gone over the on-page audit in granular detail. I've shown you what are the ranking factors. We've gone over some examples of it together. And we're going to pause here and we're going to switch gears to the off-page section now. Okay. And once we're done the off-page, which should be a little bit more quicker because it's becoming less relevant, I'm not going to get into it in a lot of granular detail. I'll give you some best practices and see what to look for in terms of if there's any spammy links that you should be disavowing. But other than that, I think it's all there. Once that's done, we're going to be doing the automated one. I'll see you in the next video. Bye for now. All right, everyone, welcome back. Can you believe it? We've made it to this far end of the course. Super excited to be able to finish this. It's been so long. Worked so hard to get here. Well, I hope you've enjoyed it so far. It's been a tremendous amount of work, but I think it's been good effort, and I hope you guys have been able to benefit from this. Okay, and backlinks is really also a lot like local SEO in one way, becoming the talk of town, becoming popular, becoming endorsed, and that's what a backlink is. It's the currency of the digital web. It's you saying, "Hey, I'm so happy with their work. I'm willing to share their work on my website. And here's a link of where I got that from." And why that's important, how that's important, what it looks like, where it's good, where it's bad, and how to look for that. And when you're doing your audit from an SEO perspective, that's what we're about to get into next. So with that said, let's get into it. Just again, a reminder, we've gone through all these things in granular details. You guys are really good at SEO by now. For the most part, you're the exception, just this piece missing. And you have a very holistic understanding of what SEO is all about. Now, you haven't been able to implement it and actually track it, which we're going to help you set up in the next set of courses that we're building. But you have a very strong idea. You have a strategic understanding of where SEO fits within the marketing game, and you know how to audit and find gaps so you can hold your team accountable, you can hold the marketing agency accountable, you can hold yourself accountable to ensure that you're on track, which is powerful, which is what you want. So let's get through this and let's get you fully armed up so you're ready to kick butt in your campaign and we can make this happen for you. With backlinks, it's quality over quantity, okay, especially in 2024 and beyond. They're becoming less and less important, and I'll be honest, okay? It's the idea is to become popular, and you're trying to create content, you're trying to become known in a space, and you try to become famous. And one way you become famous is you get out there and get known, okay? The best way to get links is to help your brand become known in a space and what it wants to be known for. And because it gets so famous in that space, people link to it naturally because the content is good, the user experience is good, and because you're known in that space. And that kind of backlinking is the best kind of backlinking from my perspective. But then that doesn't mean you as an SEO specialist shouldn't do other types of more tactical level, activity level backlinking in your SEO campaign to ensure you give yourself a head start, especially if you're starting from scratch, especially if you've got a frugal budget, especially if you can't compete with the big brands. with big dollars and big budgets to become known in a space. If you can't afford a Super Bowl commercial for $15 million, I get you. I understand. But that doesn't mean you can't have backlinks. Okay. Quality over quantity. That's what I started the first live with when it came to backlinks. And I've got this shady image where it looks like it belongs like a website from the 90s. It looks very 90s culture. I looked a lot like that in the 90s, unfortunately. But website looked like it belonged in the 90s. You should avoid it. Okay. Don't try to get a link. There are linking places that say, hey, this is a directory. And it looks like it hasn't been updated in 30 years, 25 years. And don't pay for links is my recommendation. But I know a lot of SEOs out there will disagree. There are linking exchanges that happen. There are actually paid subscription monthly tools that provide linking services to and from and go get links for you. And they have lots of websites that they have access to. And to me, that's gray hat. And depending on the degree of the type of links and the type of exchange that's happening, become black hat. And to me, who's been practicing SEO for nearly 10 years now, I just don't think it's worth the risk. I've seen sites that have practiced black hat and they've been able to get very quickly and put our websites that we've been looking to compete in the dust for a number of months, but then all of a sudden their rankings drop and we take their position and we've been able to hold it forever after that because the credibility in Google search results, the credibility in Google's eyes, and your ability to recover from that reputation harm and what have you, it just takes that much longer. And don't risk it. Don't risk your reputation, your hard-earned money on doing work with people that look like they're trying to beat the system by cheating the system. So that's my perspective on black hat SEO link building. I also think link building is less important than it was 10 years ago. In 2016, oh my God, everybody was like link building. There were companies that came out that provided a lot of links. And we're going to check out how to assess good quality links versus bad quality links. I'll give you exact examples of the right way to kind of get easy links that happen naturally because you're doing good work. And people are like, okay, let's give you a link. And I think that is more powerful than trying to go and try to do an exchange. Okay. I have further reading that as shady links that I've added here. Link spam. Google knows that SEOs partake in link spam because Google leverages these links. In fact, they're even in when Google was being founded, founders Sergey and Larry were, for the most part, they knew that it's not who pays for the link. That's not how rich the content or how big the content is. It's also the amount of links that will allow you to reinforce which quality content is better on the page because other people are willing to endorse it with a link. And they use that as a signal to get out. They have updated the algorithms to have less dependency of your ability to rank through link. But they say this, and in the real world, it's different also because people with a good amount of links do end up getting ahead. And if you can fool the system, you do get ahead and you do win. My only call out is not worth the risk. To me, the risk versus reward ratio is still in favor, but I know a lot of SEOs who practice this and a lot of YouTubers who practice and say, hey, you know what, Google denies it, but then they'll still give you a reward for it if you do it wrong. And I agree with them in that sense. But I also think their algorithms do catch up and you'll be sidelined if you try to take shortcuts or cheats in your gaming, in your SEO game in order to get ahead. Okay, so I recommend you check this out in further readings. It's some of these concepts, and what it says is Google uses links as an important factor in determining relevancy of web pages. Any links that are intended to manipulate their rankings for Google search results may be considered link spam. So Google is saying it's an important factor, okay? And even though John Mueller says otherwise, but it's there, okay? These include behavior that manipulates the links to your sites for outgoing links from your site, okay? For examples of link spam including exchanging money from links or posts that contain links. I kid you not. Actually, let me see if I can even find you this right now. I'm gonna pause my work here and I'm gonna find you. I get daily emails on our info and even mine to say, hey, are you interested in links at authoritative websites, domain authority 80, domain authority 30, and for 20 bucks, 50 bucks, or sometimes they don't even give a price for very cheap or reach out. And they all end up in my spam folder now because I used to get a lot more of them. But over the years, it's come down because they know it doesn't work. But it was a long time because people would pay SEOs. I know practicing SEOs in this industry would pay. I just didn't think it was worth changing hands with someone who's trying to get involved in this kind of business exchanging. But people did it and it worked for a while. And some people made money and some people got quick wins because of this. But I don't think it's worth changing money to get a link. Okay. Exchanging good and services products. Hey, you know what? Here's a t-shirt. Can you give me a link? Hey, here's a fresh meal. Give me a link. Not worth it. Sending someone to a product page for them and including a link. Another thing is excessive link exchanges. Link to me and I'll link to you. I've had companies that have come in and approached us, and I'm mixed feeling about this. This is almost like if you're working with a business partner and you do a collaboration where you're doing cross promotion, that's not necessarily a bad thing. Now, it's in your interest to ensure that they get visibility because you're working on a joint venture. So, for example, if Google worked with Yahoo and they work with Yahoo and Yandex and Bing, which is officially the competitor, to come up with schema.org, and schema.org then linked to Google and uh, Microsoft and Yahoo, and it was a co-joint project. That's not necessarily an excessive link exchange. That's a collaboration. So it depends on how you do it. If it's for the sake of exclusively for cross-linking, it's a problem. But if it's the sake of collaborating and an initiative that's going to help and create value for the world, then I think it makes sense. Using automated programs, again, garbage to definitely avoid. Use other mechanisms and text advertisements and native advertising and low quality directories. Again, if it belongs in the 90s, this is a low quality directory. Stay away. Okay, they still exist. Bookmark site links. They used to work in 2010 to 2013 until Google's algorithms caught up and they're like, hey, this is garbage. This is just a program to cheat the system. Because we said that we care about links, you're coming up with ways to do linking internally without having any value to the content. And we're going to stop this cheat from happening. And that's why the relationship between Google and SEO started going the wrong way, because Google was trying to provide great internet experience in order to ensure there's a dependency on search engines for ads, and SEO were trying to get free traffic without the ads while trying to game the system of the algorithms. So that's where the interest and the agenda of the two between the SEO and search results pages and search result companies started diverging. Disavowing spammy links. This is where I think you need to do an audit and knowing what your audit looks like. And I'm going to open up the browser and I'm going to show you what this looks like. Okay, but you have to proceed with caution here. Okay, even Google says, decide if this step is necessary. This is the resource. This is where it's answering this question. You only do it if you have a certain link that it'll cause your rankings to drop, and you know for certain that it'll do that. Because, oh my God, this is from a very shady website that I don't want to be associated with. Maybe it's selling drugs or something bad. Just generally get away from it. And some reason you ended up with a link with it, and they ended up linking to your website. And it could be your competitor link and got that done. And you do end up becoming a victim of a cyber SEO attack. And I've had clients that have done that. We've had to go through and submit to Google that this is not our company. We're not associated with it. We're going to do a disavow service. I'm going to show you how to do that and get that started, but you need to be able to flag them in the SEO audit. So there's no issue here. Okay. And that will help you get an idea of what to work on next. Google's link building guideline, like I said, it's not in the top 3 anymore. And when you saw the search ranking factors that I shared with you in the on-page SEO, link building used to be important, but over the years, this is 22 and 2023 and 2024, is becoming much less important because content is more important now. Because Google can assess the viability of a page based on its history, based on other factors that gives greater importance to, including user metrics, including conversions, including on-page user experience, and all those factors that have played a bigger role, and linking and is becoming less important or essential. But it still adds credibility. So it's still important. That's what we still think SEO still should have link building. We do it for our clients. We do link building the right way for our own brand. And I'll show you what that looks like. I highly encourage you should have a certain amount of links definitely going both between follow and do follow ones. And we're going to look at that together as well. but you need links. Don't get me wrong, just not the way you used to in the past. 5 types of linking you should avoid. Okay, if it looks like a snake oil exchange, or it looks like too good to be true. Oh, you link here today and you're gonna rank tomorrow. Oh, we're gonna get you on Forbes magazine and actually get a lot of those, or we're gonna get it on TechCrunch, for and what have you. And here's an article I can mention you. I used to get those email communications all the time. Okay, stay away from them. Okay, private blog networks where someone's actually created a bunch of blogs with different domains and they've created it for the purposes of updating and getting website traffic and domain history and signals from Google in order to link one website to other and help each other websites grow. And Google has recognized, hey, most of the links are internal exchange between these domains. Now you can create a really big PBN, like hundreds or thousands of websites, and you can probably pass it, okay? But it still will eventually get caught because the internet is huge and Google's algorithms and data centers are even bigger, and they'll be able to recognize if there's a pattern here. But if you have a small PBN, definitely stay away. I would recommend it, but large PBN as well. And there are companies that actually are other SEOs recommend and that I work with that I have a respect for that say hey, it's reasonably gray hat people because it's so huge it won't fall. It's worth it the investment. For me, it's not, but to each their own. I would recommend not to do it. Stay away from hack links. Very bad. You're going into the other company's website, hacking it, inserting your link, and then linking it back to your website. Why would you even do that? But that does happen. Hidden links, like this is just stupid bad. I mean, what are you doing? So for example, you link something where it looks like it's the color of the font is the same thing as a backdrop color. And it's just like humans can't read it, but there's a link at the back somewhere in the page. And Google was like, what's going on? Why are you linking this? So that's a stupid bad. The search bots will crawl it. They'll recognize that this is meant to be shady because you're not letting the humans see it, but you're letting us see it. And it's there for the purposes of just getting links so you can add credibility to the website. Big no. It used to work, but the algorithms have better checks and balances in place to avoid that. Link exchanges, again, this is very similar to the PBNs and link exchanges. I would avoid, okay? These are things that they're too good to be true. What types of link building you should actually do even today? Your own social media. That's very impactful. If you're updating on social media regularly and it comes back, even though it's a no follow link, and we're going to talk about no follow, unfollow in the off page section in greater detail, what the right mix needs to be, what have you, it's still important. Credible directories. If you're a restaurant and there's a big, powerful, and beautiful and very active review site that does reviews and critics of restaurants, and you have a profile there or someone mentioned you and you have an interview there and they link back to your site, nothing wrong with that. Definitely very good. Collaborations, I kind of hinted on this earlier with the schema.org. If you're doing something where you're collaborating on a project and it just happens to result in you sharing each other's information in order to cross promote, there's nothing wrong with that. Press release, they still work. Syndication, where you post a similar version of your article on social media, Medium, or other websites to say, hey, you can find the full article there. This is not the original source. That still also works. Okay, but we're going to get into everything from domain authority, follow, no follow, ideal mix, frequency of how much you should be having, backlinks, and more in the off-page section of the program, which is course number 3 of 4 in this series. Tools to audit backlinks for your domain. Again, these are freemium tools. That means they'll let you do a handful of them in a month, and then you'll have to start paying for it. I use Moz even right now. Ahrefs is pretty good. And I'll show you and give an example of what a good link looks like, how this looks like in action. So you get an idea of what to look for, and you can try running this yourself and set it up. And it's fairly straightforward. And then you'll know how to go about doing it if you're to do it for your own brand. There's also Google Search Console. I highly recommend it, very free, but we're going to figure out how to implement Google Search Console when we're doing the on-page optimization, which is course 2. Okay. So I'm going to press escape here, and I'm going to move here. All right. So let me get here. Okay. So I've got this here. So this is essentially it. So you've got to be able to log in. I've logged in order to access it. So you have to give up your email if you try this, okay? And then they're going to try to sell you and remind you and whatnot. But let's say this is our company. We go and get free link data. I click enter. I just type this in. It gives you domain authority. It gives you the number of links that this is linking to. There's inbound links, how many links they're going, and ranking keywords, right? So it's giving you more information, including domain authority. And domain authority means it's the potential to relate to other domains. Uses the score to compare your likelihood to rank compared to your competitors. It's not huge, we're a local agency. For our purposes, we rank for the keywords we like to rank for, and we're happy with it. We add capacity from a delivery perspective, and it allows us to be happy with where we are. Obviously, we can use more business, but not too much business and too fast. Otherwise, it becomes a bit of an issue from a quality and delivery perspective. We like to keep our scalability controlled and contained in a favorable but realistic manner. We're not looking for 10x growth or 10x productivity at this stage. What we're looking for is steady as she goes, and we're happy with that. So 26 domain authority, Google's is 100, I believe. Okay, just look at I'll put this in perspective, and everybody goes on Google. TikTok is 100, right? Ours is 26. We're nowhere near that place, but it's good enough for a business size. I'm not getting into keywords right now. That's off page, but I want to talk about something here, and this is all the details you can get about linking domains, top pages. We're going to see our homepage. You have spam score, and these things are really giving us a lot of insights for free. And that's why I love sharing these free tools that you can still use. I love using the spam score. I think you should definitely check it out. And it gives you an idea what our spam scores. There was a time when this was starting to climb when we'd hired an SEO specialist in our team who was more comfortable with gray or black hat than I was comfortable with. And it just started to rise. And then I had to go and clamp down and say, no, we cannot have this go up. And the beauty of this is it's a simple linear graphic that tells you, hey, where are our links coming from? And where is the mix there, and in terms of spamminess and worthiness. So there are some links that are in the high spam region, which to my preference is a bit higher than it should be. Okay, and we're going to get into what that looks like in a second as well. So let me actually show you linking domains. So a whole bunch of linking domains. We're in Best Buy, we're in Clutch, we're in Friendly Goodreads. I don't know what we're doing there, but we're there. And sometimes you end up having a link when somebody else links your website, and that's okay as well. And they're talking about it. But we're in some of these ones. We get into spam score. We've done that already. We get into, did we do linking domains? I believe we did linking domains already. Yep, we did. Inbound links. Let's look at this. So inbound links. So this is an example of a good link. Okay, so I want to share this, spend some time here. So this was me being on a podcast. Okay, and I was invited to talk about branding love letters. So it was a marketing podcast around branding, and I talked about my love for Netflix. Okay, and why I think that's a great brand, how it's innovative in nature, and why it'll continue to thrive. A lot of people hate Netflix. I get it. If you're a Netflix hitter, I totally respect you. Don't get me wrong, but I think Netflix, from an innovation perspective, how it was able to thrive and become the blockbuster giant slayer in the world when people didn't see it coming, and the way it positioned itself despite the fact that I was thinking it was going to go bankrupt, and still survive that and grow from that and become a category leader in the space. And even right now, Disney can't go near and touch it because it continues to produce great quality and innovation and quantity that it just surpasses everyone else. It's a powerful brand. And as you can tell, I have a lot of love for Netflix. But this is my name being mentioned. That's Anchor Teplos Shake. And then the host linked it back to my company. This is an example of a legitimate backlink that you should do. Now it's saying a spam score is 24, but it's from Spotify. So I don't know. I don't think this is a high spam score. So I would stay away from it. Like I would take this also with a grain of salt, but it's a very high powerful domain authority. And it's a great page authority. And that is what great linking is all about. Go out there, meet with people who are producing, who are creating, and build relationships with them. Give them so much value that they talk about it. they share their perspectives and they publish it, and then your website benefits as a result. And that is true what great linking is about, great backlinks are about. And that's what you should be looking for when you're doing the SEO audit. Okay. And that's what I'm trying to highlight here. Okay. There's other tools that you can check out on your own. And I want you to definitely spend the time in understanding the type of backlinks you have, the degree of spam score that there is in the website's domain. Now, obviously, I've gone through how to do the spam score, but I'm going to spend a little bit of time on how to actually do the disavow. Okay, and we're going to look at that quickly so you can know if this is the work that needs to be done as part of the off-page side. It has to be captured and reflected in the audit here, so you can create the right actions down the road for it. And let me show you what that looks like. Okay, this is the disavow tool from Google. Okay. Disavow links to your Google. So this is Search Console help, and you can disavow, and it tells you the exact steps. First, it says step 0. Is it necessary? And this was on the slides that I shared with you. If you have a considerable amount of spammy links, artificial or low quality links point to your sites, and the links that cause a manual action or likely to cause a manual action. A manual action is, hey, you're going to be flagged from Google, and Google's like, hey, we're going to penalize your rankings because you are doing shady SEO practices. And that's something you don't want, okay? Google works hard to make sure that the third-party sites do not negatively affect on your website. So if you get attacked, Google will recognize it, but sometimes you don't. Sometimes it does impact, and Google's system is running lots of websites and lots of systems at the same time in order to make the internet on its search engine results as usable and friendly as possible. But it's a system. It's not like a gazillion emails of people behind it. It's going to have checks and balances. The algorithms will make mistakes. You, as the website owner or the SEO specialist, are supposed to help, and they're using the resources that they're provided to ensure that your website stays clean and you get the best visibility possible. Now, if you are likely to get flagged or you have already been flagged, then you go into step 1. And in step 1, these are the steps. Okay, you have to specify the specific links. You keep it short and sweet, and you write down these are the 2 pages that are coming from this website, and this is the domain, and disavow it. And then you upload it. And then you go to the disavow page and you select your property. So for example, this is a property that I'm not going to click on this because it'll show a copy of my client's property, but there's a whole host of properties that we can disavow with. And then you click that property and you upload that txt file, and you're ready to go. That's really it. So, and you can do this for free without having to use any of the paid tools, such as Ahrefs or SEMrush or any of the other ones that they do this for you on the back end for them. And I will show this to you when we do the audit as well. But my recommendation is, for the most part, Google will flag this on their own. You don't have to do this. And if you've been attacked with negative SEO, if you've been a victim of a cybercrime because your competitors or someone decided to go have a vendetta against your website because the relationship went sour, you need to take action. And we've been there as well as an agency helping our clients who have been a victim of an attack. And we've had to disavow. And there are legitimate reasons. You, as someone who's doing the SEO, need to find out if they've been attacked. You need to flag it, and then you need to know that these are the steps you're going to do when you do the off-page audit. Okay, and then you look for spammy links. If you need to disavow the ones that are extra spammy. That's a good idea as well. If you have been a victim of an attack, do that as well. Okay, and that's it for this video. In this section, we've done a complete detailed SEO audit end to end for this. So I just want to kind of bring this back to the presentation, and we're here. Let me actually get here. Right, so we've done. This should really be to the backlink, right? Full SEO audit complete. And let me actually bring this up for you as I do this live. And I end this course, and we are coming to a finish. It's just powerful stuff. Let me get this smaller, and it's been a good journey. I have been able to hopefully help you see all the details and the crucial elements that are involved in managing the SEO of a company's brand. It's not easy. It is a lot of work. It is some expertise. You have to get to know analysis. You get to know how to communicate with Google. You have to know the right tools. You have to know what's critical and what's not critical. We've gone through all of those details in detail. You are officially, if you've done this course to this level, an intermediate level SEO, especially as you do the implementations to course 2 and 3 with keyword research, on-page optimization, which is course 2, and the backlink and off-page optimization, which is course 3. You'll definitely be a more seasoned intermediate to advanced. And then once you get to course 4, when we get into analytics, GA4, heat maps, conversions, Looker Studio, to bring it all together, you then become an advanced Jedi, advanced SEO specialist. Okay, but as you can tell, there's a lot here. I've enjoyed teaching you this so far. The only thing left now is for me to walk you through an SEO report and some of the reports, what that looks like from a paid perspective. There's hundreds of dollars a month, but what I've taught you is 100% free, and you can use it. And there are free tools out there, there are freemium tools out there, and there's Google that provides a lot of analytics and tools and resources that I've shared with you to help you do this without any cost. And hopefully this has been a great help. It's been fun. Let me actually get to the last section. I'll see you there. All right, super excited to have you back for our final section. And I promise I'm gonna keep this one short, okay? It'll be super quick because you've learned all the heavy lifting. You've learned what it takes to be a good SEO practitioner. You know how to do great SEO. You don't need systems. Systems are great, but if you don't have the fundamentals around, the systems don't mean anything. You don't know what you're looking at. So that's what's going to make this one so quick, because you learn all the hard work, the fundamentals that's just involved in really doing a good SEO campaign. And it starts with first knowing strategically if you need an SEO campaign. And then once you said yes, then you got to do an audit to find the gaps. In an audit, we've gone through all the mission critical elements in great detail using completely free tools for you to do it. Now, you're looking to save time. Now you're looking to ensure you have efficiency on your side. So you can go ahead, now that you've understood how you can do this manually and understand what's important, and there are non-paid options that you can still do if it comes back to it, and you can fall back on it. But if you want to do it faster and you have the budget and you have the means and you want to make it happen quick, paid tools offer a lot of scalability and speed. So let's get into it. Let me see, where am I? Okay, so this is the one I use right now. I've used Ahrefs for years. We just switched over to SEMrush. I'm not endorsing Ahrefs. I'm not endorsing SEMrush. I like elements of SEMrush. I just got used to it. I like one of the features with the cluster analysis. And okay, you know what? I'm gonna try this out. I stuck with it for a few years. I would like the usability of Ahrefs, and I love the YouTube videos that they put on in the Ahrefs SEO section. They're selling a tool. They're all providing great service. SEMrush has a slightly different strategy in how they do it. They both are premium tools. They both are expensive for what they provide, to be frank, because a lot of stuff is free. They're providing convenience, and that convenience comes at a cost. And I believe the cost is a bit steep, but our agency, it's doing a lot of SEO for clients, so we pay the price and we're comfortable with it. Okay, but you don't need it if you're starting out. You can use the free tools. And that's it in a nutshell from the tool I'm going to show you. I'm going to open it up here and see what it looks like. So this is what it looks like inside. And from an SEO perspective, it gives you a lot of details, right? But we're right now in the audit stage. Once we get to the keyword research stage, I'm going to show you the free tools that I use, plus also these paid tools, just the way I've done it here. There's two audit tools. There's a site audit, and then there's the backlinks audit. I'm going to show you a recent client of ours, and it's done a recent audit. You go ahead and you create a project, and once you create the project, you can do it. Actually, go here and you create a project, and then you enter the website detail, and it takes about 10 to 15 minutes. It'll send you an email what's happening here. Okay, but this is an example of that. So we are doing this audit, and it's saying that the site health is relatively 90%. There are no errors, but there are things that have issues. and you can review the full report. There's a whole bunch of things you can connect your all these other things, including positions that you want to rank for, your backlinks, your audit, your organic insights. If you're doing an ad campaign, connect everything with SEMrush. So it'll provide everything in one area. But right now, I'm only looking from an site audit perspective in this section here. We're going to talk a little bit about the backlink audit in a few minutes, but that's really it. You go ahead and it'll tell you, okay, there's no real errors here, but there are some warnings and notices, and the probability is pretty decent. It probably could be 100%. What's here? What's the issues? Let's take a look at what that is. So the issues it's saying is, uh, they're the warnings. These are the 80 issues that they've been turning. 86 pages don't have meta description, and rightfully so, because we literally put this website up. It's a brand new website for a client of ours, and so we're going to be starting this SEO campaign. And like, okay, good. For this, you would have done this in the on-page section where you would have done site, asanrealestate.co in this case, and let's see that a lot of the links that were coming back would have zero meta description, and you would have documented, oh, no meta description, no meta description. Now you have a lot of these things that tell you right away that in a snap that there's a bunch of these links that don't have meta descriptions. You have low text to HTML ratio, so that's also how to fix it. They walk you through that. There's low word count in some of these pages. Some of them are about page, a basic 5-page website or 6-page website. They're going to have low word counts. We don't need to worry about those ones specifically. It's not a mission critical one. 3 pages don't have H1 headings. That's, to me, a big no-no. I think we should have H1. We should make it clear what the page is about, whether it's about page or contact us page. We should have it. If that page is being indexed, we've got to make sure that it belongs there. Otherwise, don't index it. Remove it from the XML sitemap or the robots.txt, or it's not needed. 3 outgoing internal links, contain no follow attribute. Should it have no follow? And we should talk about that and what that means. 1 URL with temporary redirect. Okay, so initially it named the domain because it was a brand new website. Another one, we probably renamed it to another. But this is a quick snapshot. You would do this manually. When you're doing the on-page section, you will try to find this in terms of is there enough word count? Is the quality of the website good? A lot of this is helping you do that. But as you can tell, it doesn't replace your manual checks that you'll have to go in. Like, what is low text rest? You won't be able to assess that unless you look, hey, is this good enough content compared to what the competitor is doing? You have to do that manually, but it gets you started, right? And that's the idea here. Crawl pages, it's gone through a lot of the crawl pages. It's got statistics, it's getting to cannibalization. It says no pages of any AMP links, AMP accelerated mobile links pages. Yeah, I agree. And there's no AMPs here because AMPs really there for most of the news websites. And I think it's a project that actually got killed, if I'm not mistaken. But it's really helping people understand if there's excessive statistics here. For the most part, the one I care about is, yes, there is a schema here, and we should have rich cards. We could probably improve that as well. Pages crawled, it's the number of site held, total issues, 119, errors, 0. They're health issues, really, and warnings, where this meta description is missing, which we're going to work on once we do the keyword research, because when you look at the rank here for an e-commerce website, right? And this is a good way to kind of get you going. As you can tell, I don't feel like it's as comprehensive and exhaustive in the stuff that we learned and I shared with you in our course that what you get here. It's if you rely on this and it gets you started, it's not enough. The backlink audit, I think, is powerful, right? It'll give you much more data in terms of a backlink thing. So I don't want to do it here, but I want you to show you what that looks like. Toxicity score, I'll tell you the same spam score. The new word for it here in this program is called toxicity. In Moz, it was called spam. But that was free tool that I used that you get 10, I believe, or searches a month for specific brands you use. If you're that one company who's doing it for yourself, then you only need that free freemium tool where you give up your email and they let you do the tool test and you can document and move forward. Insights, potential link networks, too many money anchors, missing. This is good insights for the paid amount. Toxicity score is high, and then helps you disavow. You can take actions for every link. You can remove it. You can deal with it and or action it. And then instead of going to Google, disavow Search Console path, it can manually do that for you and submit it for you for Google on Google's behalf to the Search Console. And that's really it. That's my quick overview in this automation tool. There are other tools. SEMrush has got a great university or school or videos that they share on how to use their tools. Href has their own. Moz has their every Uber suggestion. All of these want to have great tools. I'm not saying neither here or yes or no for any of these tools. I'm saying these tools only help as much as you know the fundamental and how you use them to implement your campaign to help rank. Some of the other tools and elements I do like is the on-page SEO checker, and the SEO content template. But I think this is both, again, once we get into the on-page optimization part of the course, we're going to be using that a lot more. We're going to do backlink analytics to find new link partnerships, possibly reviewing the competitor in the backlink off-page optimization section. We're going to do the second course, keyword overview, and which we'll find clusters and do keyword research. We'll be using this tool as well as the free tools to help you show you where to go from here. But ultimately, these are tools. You as the human have to understand search bots, look for it. As long as you meet the criteria for the search bots, make the content for the humans. Okay, now search bots and have XML sitemaps, density, H1, H2, page titles. Once that's out of the way, then it's the user experience and the time on site and the behavioral metrics that we go for. That's really it. Well, thanks so much for hanging out with me. You guys have been a blast. I've worked hard for this course for you. I hope you've enjoyed it and you've come to appreciate the level of work that an SEO person in your team has, or if you're the SEO specialist, I wish you all the best in your journey. I hope you've been able to learn new perspectives. SEO is now an old game. It's been for at least 20 plus years in this space. And in the world of technology, in the world of marketing, that's a long time. So if you're starting out and you're committed to the cause, I hope I've been able to help you. Do reach out to me in the comment section. I will check it from time to time. And I hope to catch you in our next course and some of the other courses we're building to help you become the best digital marketer out there. All the best. We'll catch you in the next one. Bye for now.